Parking spot. Also getting
Yeah, that's probably what happens.
Yeah. Well, if you get here early, you get a parking spot. The streets.
All right, I'll start then. Chris, you're sitting out there, okay. Okay, great. All right, welcome all. Let me convene the Reading Select Board meeting for July 20th, 2021. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for joining us at home. RCTV should be broadcasting live on YouTube and perhaps on social media as well. So thank you all. So this evening, we have a pretty full agenda. And we're going to try to keep moving on. In the interest of efficiency and time and respecting all of your time, we will use practices such as hearing a motion, so moved. We do not need to, on every agenda item, if somebody concurs with the previous speaker, it's sufficient to say I concur. And in parliamentary procedure says generally to keep things moving that you might want to stick to 2 go-rounds of comments. So select board members, you can have multiple comments. So we will hit all the select board members before we do a second round, and then after that, we'll see if we've heard enough, and we'll do our very best to stay on target tonight. Okay, so let's see. All right. Okay, so we'll begin with public comment, and then we will continue with select board liaison reports and the town manager's report. Tonight on our consent agenda, we have additional proclamations for Eagle Scouts. I will take the time to go through those. Those are very exciting. And at 7:40, we will hear an update on the water tower project. At 8 p.m., we will have a hearing to approve the Verizon Cable TV contract. At 8:15, we will have a hearing to approve FY22 non-union classification chart and add the DESJ position. At 8:20, we will have the final update of the town manager goals for fiscal '21. At 8:50, we will continue our discussion of FY22 goals, town manager goals. According to the minutes that Caitlin so carefully took, we managed to get through the first 4 items, so we will continue at that point. And then at 9:40, we will discuss proposed changes to the select board meeting packet policy. At 9:50, we have 1 set of meeting minutes to approve, and at 9:55, or shortly after that, we will conclude with adding any future meeting agenda topics. So, with that.
Karen, if I might, just
Yes, absolutely.
just to describe the technology in the room.
Okay.
We're testing it, so we're learning. What you see over there is what the people that have joined on Zoom will see. Anyone who has got their camera turned on will be visible to us. So right now, there's only the room itself and Caitlin. There are others. For those speakers in the room, if you'd go up to the podium, that'll be your best visibility, and it'll be easier to hear for folks at home. And again, your suggestions welcome after the meeting as to the logistics. This is the first public meeting in this space. We're testing out using a hybrid technology. So thanks, Karen. And there's 1 person in the waiting room for public comment that the board has heard about.
Super, thank you. Would, if we open up to public comment, would we like to start with the person in the waiting room? Would that be okay with
Sure,
board members?
Caitlin?
Sure.
Okay, fingers crossed.
I don't think she heard it.
Yeah.
But she must have heard it.
Caitlin, if you could tell the person that we can't hear them, and we won't be able to see them unless they turn the camera on if they choose to be seen.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yes,
there we go.
absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nancy Dr. Perlfrey, thank you very much. Just a couple
Nancy.
comments. Just a couple comments. One, I wanted to thank you, the chair, actually, for clarifying the select board position on the CVS parking situation. And I really want to thank you for actually protecting the public parking behind CVS. Thank you. I also wanted to actually not only thank the select board, but I really wanted to just really commend what the outstanding job that you all did in making the list of volunteer appointment interviews so accessible on the town website. I thought it was so important to have that transparency and to really remind the public that those interviews are truly public meetings, so I wanted to thank you. That actually kind of then leads into the theme of transparency. I sent you a whole list of questions in early July regarding the recent use of social media by members of the VAST that were used in the interview process. I'd like the board, if you could tonight, to address those questions. My hope is that you would actually use that as a bit more of a springboard to have a deeper discussion among yourselves and to make some type of proactive guidelines for what, if any, use of social media going forward should be used in any type of interview process for volunteers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. We do not have that topic on our agenda this evening, but we can take it under advisement that we should consider it a topic for future agendas. I think it's very timely. Okay, Mr. Ensminger.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Ensminger, 6 Oakland Road. This is a question and comment about your 9:40 p.m. item on the Selectmen's packet, and I won't be here at that time. So if you can answer this now, and you may not be able to, please do so. But if not, I would appreciate you taking the question and dealing with it at 9:40 and answering. Your new policy states that electronic correspondence sent to the whole Select Board shall be included in the meeting packet for the board's next meeting if the communication specifically pertains to an approved agenda item for that meeting, as determined by the chair after consultation with the town manager with a number of other exclusions. My question is, although you do pre-publish your agenda, it's not the official agenda. If you're not going to include correspondence received after Thursday, at which point the official agenda is available, how can people possibly know what they can comment on? Number one. Number two, this seems to preclude comment on any prior issue tackled by the board that the public might want to comment on in a letter after a previous meeting. It doesn't sound like that's quite fair to the public. So if you can take that up at 9:40, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your input.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Marianne?
Mary Ann Downing, Heather Drive. I would echo a bit with what Ms. Doctor said, that I do believe the town needs a consistent policy on evaluating candidates' social media use, because the way it was addressed a couple of weeks ago with one candidate and with letters to the editor saying, you know, it's wrong that we're invading into the private life, we're opening the town to liability. I'm just quoting from a couple of letters to editor. 2 years ago, when I sought to be on the FinCom, my social media use was brought up out of my presence in the appointment committee meeting. To quote the minutes very, very briefly, I was a consensus candidate, meaning 2 of the 3 people in the FinCom appointment committee selected me, and they were focusing on it, and I quote, Ms. Alvarado expressed her concern about one of the consensus picks posting inaccurate information on social media, and Mr. Folds and Mr. Burkhart agreed that if that were the case, then it would be inappropriate for a FinCom member. The minutes don't say my name, but I was the only consensus candidate that she hadn't put forth, so she was clearly referring to me. I was not present. I was never asked about my social media use. Fortunately, in 2020, under a different chair who's here now, when I sought appointment again to FinCom, I was able to explain my social media use. There was no question about me with inaccuracy. But my point being, if social media use was a justification in 2019 to keep a candidate off the board, it seems like it's fair game to at least bring it up now when and Mr. Piliavsky did get the courtesy of being directly asked during his appointment meeting. I was not. So that's just my point. I agree with Ms. Doctor. There should be some consistency either way, because it appears it's been applied inconsistently. Thank you.
Thank you. You're not a member of the public, my friend. I mean, you are, but you have a special place on the agenda and the liaison reports.
I would like to speak publicly if I could, Karen.
So, can any other board members comment? Is that, I mean, I don't have a problem with it per se.
Are you speaking as a select board
As a
member?
resident,
As a resident.
100%.
At a select board meeting that's
At
convened.
a select board meeting that I was not present at the beginning of.
What do you mean you weren't present at the beginning?
I'm over here when the
Chris-
meeting started.
Chris, we convene the meeting, you're in the room, you're here.
I would just like to speak publicly, if I could, on a matter that is not what everybody in the room actually thinks I'm going to speak on, is all I'm asking.
How much time do you need?
A minute?
My concern is that you are, at the moment, in the capacity of a select board member. And so my concern would be, we need to be very careful not to create open meeting law issues.
I will not be creating an open meeting law. I
So,
assure everybody in this room that it's not taking place. You just have to trust that I was elected to be above what everyone thinks I should be above. So whatever's written on this piece of paper,
okay.
I would like to.
Does it relate to an agenda item tonight?
It does not.
Does it relate to something under the purview of the select board?
It depends.
So as the chair, I need to reserve the right then to ask you to stop?
I would
Or if
agree
the
with
other
you.
board members agree that you are,
I am in agreement
looking
with that.
to
If-
speak
if
about something that we
at any point you
cannot
want me to
comment
stop,
on.
I will immediately stop. I completely agree.
how do other board members feel about this?
That's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a bit awkward, but I think it's okay.
Carla?
He's a resident as well as us.
Understood, but right now he's wearing a select board member's hat, and you really can't take that hat off, and none of us can.
Well,
I mean, you're welcome.
Because he also lives in this town.
Okay, so, excuse me, if you're gonna speak, you need to address the chair, and I will recognize people. And at the moment, we are conducting public comment. You know what? I need to ask you to speak to the chair and be recognized before you speak. That this is parliamentary procedure. We used to know how to do this, and I know we can do this again.
I give you my word, I will stop immediately if you think that, I am telling you, that what I have written down here is going to be perfectly fine. I'm giving you the assurance, but it's whether or not you want to.
Okay, well, the other board members say, let's give you a shot, and it's a minute, and, okay,
I
just,
appreciate
and I know you need to be careful.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. I was told if I speak about a personal topic or persons, I would be stopped as it's considered disruption of a meeting. So I'm here today to speak about a personal topic as well as persons. Something that I haven't seen at any meetings that I've watched at April, and it's that to thank our employees and staff. As this is the first in-person meeting, it's important to note how we got here. First and foremost, our town manager has done an astounding job through the pandemic. He's been here each and every day as well as weekends. The only person who usually does things like that is the owner of our company, not an employee. His assistant, Caitlin, has been assisting him every step of the way, even though she begins to fade about midnight, which is completely understandable. Laura and the rest of her town staff has managed to do the work of dozens of people. Bills have managed to go out, permits have been issued, loved ones have been laid to rest, business has been closed but now opened, our elderly learned how to Zoom, elections and town meetings happened, water and cell towers are being replaced, our streets have been cleaned, fires have been exhausted, new employees have been hired, our lights have stayed on, our amazing town forests have been enjoyed by everybody but me. Crimes have come to peaceful resolutions, bids have gone out and come back, our children have enjoyed more books this year than in the past, our schools managed to finish this year strong, trash has been picked up, water has continued to flow, veterans had a Memorial Day. Our technology has been implemented to have these meetings as well as thousands of kids on new devices in such a short period of time. And most of all, our Board of Health got us to the finish line. In a year we hope to all forget, they will remember it forever. All of these people, as well as any others not mentioned, deserve a round of applause. Because this is Reading. This is who we are. Thank you for your time, and I'm late for a meeting.
Okay, Mr. Halsey.
Thank you, Karen.
Not a problem, thank you.
Did you call on me?
Yes, I did, Mr. Halsey.
So I have a general question for the board, probably more specifically to the chair of the board, and that has to do with the procedural behavior in the last meeting. A 7 or 8 minute meeting went on, at which time there was a motion to move to executive session. That was done procedurally in an inappropriate way. Our charter is very clear about what constitutes a quorum, that a quorum is required in order to be able to pass a motion. That didn't happen. There were 2 votes. So my question is, why would we deviate from what the charter tells us we must do in order to go into executive session? It was very interesting to watch an abrupt shutdown when the question was raised by one of the selectmen, Chris Haley, and as the town manager was prepared to offer a comment, everything went black. I was watching it happen. I was shocked, frankly, that it happened that way. I think that the public deserves an answer. The charter is very clear in 8.1.1 and 8.1.2, and it's relative to what constitutes a quorum and what amount of votes are necessary in order to pass a motion. Furthermore, it's my understanding the charter, that particular piece of the charter has been in place since 1986. It has weathered 10 reviews, or reviews every 10 years since that time. It has been cleared by the Attorney General's office. It has been approved by the legislature. And at this time, any override to the charter needs to happen in a legislative way. I conferred with the most often attending member of the House, who happens to be representing me, and that's why I called him, to find out if any legislation had happened which would allow for a change in the Reading Charter. He said he saw none that came by the House. So I would ask directly and specifically to the chair why it is we violated the charter and potentially created yet another open meeting violation by going into executive session.
Thank you. Yes, could you speak your name and your address? But yes, I'd like to recognize you. Please.
Should I say when I go up?
Yep.
I forgot to identify myself, I'm sorry.
Oops.
John Halsey, 75 Beaver Road.
Thank you.
My name is Amanda Popovich Haley, 71 Tennyson Road. I would like to address my name being included in your select board packet by another resident and town meeting member. My name on social media is not an alias to the same token of the word in reference to a recent discussion about an alias during a prior meeting.
Ms. Haley, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And I should have said this earlier, we're still following the procedure that we've been following. It's 2 minutes per public comment, and you may be fine. So just wanted to let you know before you got going. 2 minutes per public comment.
I'm very well aware, thank you. I'm going to restart because I think I am owed that since I was interrupted. I want to address my name as being included in your select board packet by another resident and town meeting member. My name on social media is not an alias by the same token of the word in reference to a recent discussion about aliases during a prior meeting. My name online is Amanda Pop, short for Popovich, my maiden name, my family nickname, the name that my entire family goes by, Pop, A-Pop, Amanda Pop. My name online is not a completely different gender with a picture of an object. I have a photo of my daughter on there, and when you click on my link to my Facebook profile, it's a cover photo of my family, including my husband. I am not running for office, nor am I applying for a committee. A town employee can be fired for using social media by not conducting themselves properly while online. Perhaps they should just create a fake profile instead to avoid any repercussions. After all, there was an employee who was hired based on his or her qualifications to begin with. This way here, they can apply to the numerous committee openings we have, and they must be accepted, or you face criticism for doing so. This is a precedent you've set. As elected officials and volunteers, you all have a duty to be transparent with the public. Perhaps that person would still be employed here if it were not. My profile is not a fake profile, and it is very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfectly, 2 minutes. Is there any other public comments? Mr. Brown?
Welcome back, Bill.
Thank you. Bill Brown, 28 Martin Road, town meeting member for 54 years. I'd like to echo what Mr. Halsey said. I watched that meeting, quite frankly, I was very upset. The charter is very clear that you must have a quorum to go into executive session. You did not. In my opinion, you violated the charter. And I sat on the, well, I did not sit on the original charter. I have sat on 2 reviews, and Mr. Halsey is absolutely correct. That came up, and I think the reason it went on originally was so that 2 people could not run a meeting. And that was the reason it went on. So I don't appreciate you people going into executive session when you're violating the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay. Sir? Yes, the chair will recognize you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve Leahy, Virginia Road, and my comments in keeping with the privacy issues I've been hearing about tonight. So due to the recent email breach of the Red Wing Public Schools, I'm calling for a third-party investigation into the current and former select board members and their association with the website in question that published them. Our community and especially our children deserve to know the truth. There's too many things going on around this town as far as I'm concerned that we need to question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Val. Okay, next up, Select Board Liaison Reports and the Town Manager's Report. Board members would like to go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really have anything new, but I 100% agreed with the content of Chris's remarks earlier in terms of thanking our town employees for their exemplary work during an extremely challenging time. I had previously brought this kind of topic up during my last liaison report, that we should put together some kind of unsung heroes type of recognition ceremony, and I'd still like to be able to do that. I appreciated, the content of Chris's comments, but I think it would be lovely for the board as a whole to have an opportunity as part of a future agenda item to do that kind of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go.
Carlo?
Thanks. Attended the Board of Health on the 15th. Great meeting, very informative. And I have some things to share that they went over that pertain a lot of positive things. So the town is using MAPC to conduct internal assessment of the town of Reading, how the town of Reading delivers public health services. And that cost is $20,000 to the town, initial upfront of $10,000, and then as the work goes on, another $10,000. The interview has started for the new health director. There was a Reading Coalition update. The social worker position that was approved by town meeting is still being worked out. Sammy from the Reading Coalition is leaving to pursue a graduate degree in North Carolina. And one of the best things I heard was, as of the 15th, for the past 14 days prior to that, we had 1 active case in Reading. And another positive note, 65% of the town is vaccinated, ages 12 and over. So let's keep going with that. There was one positive case at Camp Bryce Moody, non-resident. There were shots I don't know where to look, so. There were shots available at the senior center every Tuesday from 10 to 12, the J&J vaccine until August 8th. Our animal control department is working with Wakefield to provide some services. Bob, is that correct?
Still a work in progress.
Work in progress, yep. All right. And then, final points here. The Board of Health had a vote and adopted a risk-based inspection model. And the easy version of that is, it's going to be a 4-step, meaning 4 inspection process. So anything at ambient temperature, like stores and gas stations, 1 inspection a year. Anything low prep, coffee shops, you do smoothies, no chicken, fish, eggs, anything that has bacteria, that'll be the standard 2 inspections a year. Full-service restaurants, which we have many in town, including fast food, will be 3 inspections a year. And then 4 inspections a year are going to be nursing homes, schools, and anyone serving a lot of shellfish. And then if the 3 inspections, people who get inspected 3 times, have any violations, obviously they can be re-inspected. So the board adopted that 5-0, and that is going to start immediately. And some of you may be aware or not aware, the Board of Health was notified that 625 Main Street, there was some flooding that damaged the entire electrical system. The building was shut down, all the residents moved out, so that is a work in progress. Everybody was displaced. They're currently being put up in hotels and for at least 2 weeks, and that was the update that I received last week. I don't know if Bob or anyone else has any more updates on that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. Evening, folks. I want to give you an update from the Town Forest Committee, first of all. So I attended their recent meeting, and at the request of some of the members, I actually took a tour of the forest to explore some of the issues that are going on. And there are some management issues, I'm going to call them, in terms of how to manage the forest and kind of where we're headed. There are a very large number of red pine trees that are dying. Unfortunately, these aren't very well suited to our climate, especially as the climate is changing right now. They've become very vulnerable to disease and insects. And there are pockets of these trees that are posing a risk to the users of the town forest. There is a management plan that is in place. There's kind of an overview that's been going on for several years through a grant. But the recommendation that's come from them is to remove many of these dead trees, particularly around the trails that are used by people and the fire roads. About 18 months ago, a pilot thinning project was conducted that was very successful and seemed to cause minimal problems, I guess, and concerns from it as well. The Town Forest Committee is putting together a proposal to work on those pines that I was talking about that are becoming a bit of a risk. And they would like to come forward to the board, ideally at the end of August, plus or minus if they can do that, and would like to get onto the November town meeting warrant a proposal that have to go through an RFP process to do some of the clearing of those trees. I see Jane in the back somewhere, or I did. Oh, sorry. There you go. Thank you, Jane. Jane joined me. So DPW has been very involved in these activities as well. I know that fire emergency services are about to get engaged, or maybe already have been engaged looking at this area as well. And conservation is being brought into the loop also. So what the group would like to do, the committee would like to come forward to give a presentation to the board to go into the packet and probably spend about 10 minutes talking to us about what they'd like to do and ask for the board's support, bringing it forward to town meeting after that. To give you an idea, order of magnitude is probably in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. I probably shouldn't have said anything. That's probably what's going on. There's a potential, ideally, for a small grant that will be applied for as well, but obviously the RFP would determine what the final cost would be. I also attended the Trust Fund Commissioners meeting. We're trying to complete a contract for Reading Response. I think it's looking very positive, and I think that will be hopefully resolved in the next few weeks. I've been working very closely with the Senior Center and with Human and Elder Services to make sure it would meet the needs of elderly income-eligible residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional updates?
Yes, thanks, Karen. So the school committee, Dr. Milichevsky, thank you all for coming. The school committee, Dr. Milichevsky, took over the helm over there, and I was able to meet with him prior to that, and I think he has our schools in the best interest, and the students as well, so that's good to hear. So welcome him once again to Reading. The Historic District Commission meeting that I attended, the 186 Summer Ave is still on their agenda. That seems to still, nothing seems to be happening with that development over there, unfortunately, but it's progressing through, and unfortunately it is what it is at this time. And then finally, for the parking committee, we have our first meeting date is going to be August 3rd at 7 o'clock. And I'm looking forward to working with the other members on there, and I'm glad they worked through my timing schedule and accuracy that I gave them all in the beginning. So that's all I got, and thanks.
Okay, thank you. And
You might want to look into the National Guard, the town forest. They have two engineering outfits.
okay, thank you.
So that's maybe a good source.
Okay.
A little money. They did Woodland Cemetery for us.
Need to be recognized by the chair, and public comment is over. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you. Okay, so I was busy with the Climate Advisory Committee and RMLD. So right after the 4th of July holiday, the Telecommunications Committee at the State House had a hearing to discuss, among other things, a change in legislation proposed by Brad Jones and our other legislators to allow Reading and all of the RMLD towns to more easily join green communities. So Select Member Mark Doxer provided written testimony in support of doing that and enable us to join this grant program. And the chair of the committee, David Zeke, and myself logged into the Zoom meeting, and it was luckily a very short hearing. So we also sent written testimony, but we hadn't expected to be able to testify in person, but we were able to testify before the chair. They seem that they want more people to join, so there's no timing on when they're going to make a decision. I would also add that the general manager of RMLD also came and testified and had a suggestion for altering the regulations to make it easier as well. So the committee has a number of options before them, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed that they will do that. And last night, the RMLD Board of Commissioners met at the request of the Climate Advisory Committee. Town staff was gracious enough to convene town manager, assistant town manager, our planner, I think that was it, and David Zeke and I, to give us an update on green communities, because they've changed the application. It used to be a one-time-a-year application submittal, and now it is a rolling application. So with town manager's permission, I communicated to the commissioners and the general manager last night that we could potentially be ready to submit an application in October. And the reason for doing that is because we will need them to help us, so it's best to have give everyone as much advance notice as possible. A number of the commissioners were very supportive of us joining green communities, so that is great news. So I don't see a hold up there, and we'll continue, I know staff will continue to work with them as well as they have been. In addition, I can give you a heads up that RMLD is already hard at work meeting the goals of the climate bill, and they have contracted with 3 new hydropower contracts. But I think 2 interesting things they updated us on. They have been concerned about a 1% decrease in power usage of a number of years. Well, this year they're at 0.8%, so it's hard to say whether that's pandemic related or whether the electrification process has started to turn the tide. So they are already, so they have an uptick for this year, so that's interesting, and they'll look and see if that continues. And the other thing, so they have a complex strategy, which I won't pretend to understand all of the details. But the truth of the matter is that we have to do more in this country to create clean and non-fossil power sources. It is going to cost more. RMLD noted last night that the last rate increase was in 2018. So here's the heads up. There may be a rate increase coming, and they'll be talking about that in August if people would like to tune in. It was still in the magnitude of single digits, but, and they're also talking about some new rate strategies to allow people to really opt in or opt out for more clean energy. So those are things that you'll see on the meeting if you want to, and they allow public comment, and they're still Zoom, and you're all welcome to participate. And that's all I have this evening. Okay. Next on our agenda, oh, no, I always do this. I do not want to forget the town manager's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I have 5 quick things, and I'll finish with 625 Main Street. Senator Lewis, Rep. Jones, and Haggerty are not available to meet with the board in August. They'd be happy to do so anytime September forward. It's their first time off since March 2020. The town holds right of first refusal on some Meadowbrook land. We were formally served with that in the past 10 days. They have proposed to build homes. CPDC has reviewed their proposal. This will be an important upcoming agenda item for the board to discuss. I've made some inquiries to town council. For example, is it an all or none? Can the town just be interested in a portion of the land? I haven't heard back yet. On August 31st, Karen proposed a financial forum in place of your regular meeting, which I thought was an excellent idea, and FinCom does have a quorum. So far they have 7. They will be meeting in advance to prepare an agenda. One of the focuses of the meeting will be one-time expenditures. Because we have one-time federal funds available, Reading is said to receive over $7 million, approximately half now and half at some future date. So that'll certainly, require a lot of discussion, with the community. The town and the schools are working on a capital plan a month or 2 sooner than we normally would, so we'll be prepared to participate on August 31st. We'll want to know the board's choice for future meetings. For instance, this room, we'll just need to prepare and reserve in advance. 2 final things for the community. Main Street paving in the northern section from the square up to the North Reading line begins tonight at 8 o'clock, weather permitting. I don't think it's raining. It'll go to 5 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, again, weather permitting. The plan for MassDOT is to have 1 travel lane open in each direction most of the time, but they do have 3 different sets of pre-planned detours. So my advice to you leaving the room tonight after 8 o'clock and heading north is just avoid Main Street. At that point, the paving will be complete. There's still work to be done, but for those that have been concerned that the paving was not appropriate and not finished, it wasn't finished. It'll be finished this week. And lastly, and very importantly, on 625 Main Street, many or all of us remember the Sanborn fires, and this is unfortunately a similar event in magnitude that's received no press coverage. It wasn't visual. There was groundwater in the building, and this is, as a layman, this is what I understand. So there was groundwater in the building. It got high enough to hit some electricity service, and it actually boiled the water so high that there was steam in the building, and units reached 90 to 100 degrees in the top floor before they realized what was going on. So RMLD did turn off the power. The landlord asked people to, vacate for that evening. They have not cleared out their contents. Many left pets, especially cats, behind. That's okay with cats, they can live. They were thought to be out of the homes for maybe 2 or 3 nights originally. They learned on day 3 they would be out of their homes for at least 90 days. The landlord has offered to pay for hotels for 15 days and then said everyone's on their own. There's 39 units, 38 were occupied, different size, so different size families, 3 town employees in 3 of the units. So we have a lot of inside information. We don't know yet how to help, but we do know help is going to be needed. We met with a local bank, just like we did for the Sanborn fire last week. Our Reading Co-op was terrific. Gene and I went down on, I think it was Thursday afternoon. We're prepared to launch a fundraiser for the community. We're still working with town council and legal aspects before we proceed. But I would ask the community, there are some residents that quite honestly are not capable of helping themselves, and they will need your help. So we will make that a priority in social media and press releases. I expect to do it this week. I'm not sure if it'll be tomorrow, but certainly before the end of the week. And I'd ask all the residents just to be as generous as you can. I want to especially thank the school committee. The evening it was happening, I happened to be on their agenda. I was able to run in, make a few comments, and run out. And two of the school committee members right on the spot offered bedrooms in their house for displaced residents, thinking it was 3 nights. So, you know, that's an example of what Reading is and should be. And I really appreciate the committee members reaching out right away like that. I was at the scene of the fire when it started, just by dumb luck. I didn't start it. For Sanborn Street, and the turnout in the community was phenomenal. There were people just walking up with water and leaving it for the firefighters and walking away. They didn't need attribution, they didn't need thanks, they were doing the right thing. This event at 625 Main has not been as visual. It has not received helicopter news coverage. It is just as damaging to those that lived in the building. So again, the town will provide as much information as we can on how to help as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to move on to consent agenda?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let board members know, based on looking at our town manager's tracking system and our last conversation, that I did respond to Donna Bollier's email with respect to the first one that she sent, inquiring about the select board's policy with respect to flag raisings, that if we're going to entertain requests coming external to the board, that we would need to develop a policy. So I just wanted to let fellow board members know that I had in fact done that. And then I didn't receive a response directly to that, but did see the subsequent email that was sent with a specific request. And it looks like, Mark, you gave an acknowledgement. Okay.
Correct, I did.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any questions for the town manager? Okay, so we have one item in our consent agenda tonight. This is a very exciting opportunity. For the second time this summer, we've had the opportunity to recognize some outstanding young individuals here in Reading. I believe there are 9. I'd like to take a moment and share their names and some of their accomplishments. And then, do we have a motion?
Yes, we
Okay,
do.
and then we have a motion. So these are proclamations for new Eagle Scouts. Among these amazing accomplishments, we have Drew Anderson, who was awarded for his service project of developing and executing a plan to remove and replace the shot put activity area at the high school. We also have Josh Bedingfield. This is in recognition of his achieving Eagle Scout Award for his service project of removing the old walkways at St. Agnes Parish around the rectory and replacing them with new brick and stone. We also have Mr. Cameron Brickett, and this is in recognition of his service project of planning and executing a clothing drive for gently used items for cradles to crayons. They were laundered, sorted, and donated to this worthwhile organization to help disadvantaged youth. We have a Mr. Ryan Brickett, who has been awarded the Eagle Scout for his service project of designing and installing an information kiosk at the entrances of Pine Vale Conservation Area. This provided locations for trail maps and clearly identified the entrances to Pine Vale area. I know the Forest Committee and the Trails Committee are probably thrilled to have his help. Mr. Thomas Cahill has achieved his Eagle Scout Award for his service project of designing and constructing 3 flag collection boxes for the Reading Veterans Affairs Department and coordinated locations for them in town. Mr. Zachary Galvin is achieving his Eagle Scout Award for his service project of designing and building 40 PVC dog beds that were donated to Sweet Paws Rescue. These beds provide comfort for the dogs and improve the hygiene of the shelter kennels. Mr. John Godwin is achieving his Eagle Scout Award for his service project of replacing 30 feet of boardwalk in the town forest. This greatly improved the safety and longevity of the trails and the boardwalk. Mr. Logan Greenwald, in recognition of his achieving the Eagle Scout Award for his service project of organizing and executing a mask drive for the town. This included the purchasing of supplies and the making of masks per CDC guidelines, as well as distributing them throughout Reading. And just make sure, and last but not least, Mr. Hugh Lynch, in recognition of his achieving his Eagle Scout Award for his service project of planting several hundred trees in the area of the fire circle in the town forest. This was to replace the many trees that have been removed and ensure the fire circle will remain for many years to come. So I join you all in congratulating these young individuals for stepping up and providing us needed services.
I've certainly used that information kiosk at the entrance of the Pineville Conservation Area, and that's all of these projects are great service to the community. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not in public comment.
I would have a question. Can I ask a question?
Point of information?
Yeah, I want to know about the green initiative. The Reading residents going to be able to vote on that? What are we talking about? It sounds like it's going to be increased costs to the residents, and I just don't know, is this going to happen?
So if you like, that's not an agenda item tonight, you could email me afterwards, and I'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Thank
Yep, you're welcome. Okay.
I have a
Comment? Yep.
question. Were the Eagle Scouts and families invited? I know it's been customary to have them present in the room. Were they invited?
I did
tonight?
have a contact from the Eagle Scouts, and it was short notice, so I'm not sure, it doesn't appear that any were able to come tonight.
How much
Yes.
notice, how much notice were they given?
I received an email Friday night at 9:22 p.m.
That they couldn't attend?
No, that it was sort of short notice, but they knew it, and, I mean, actually, they knew on the 12th, but sort of they didn't, we're still new at this in-person meeting, but yeah, they were aware this was happening tonight. I hope they're watching at home, like the other group, but I do believe they were made aware that they could choose to attend if they wanted to.
I'd like to make a motion after Mark's motion, or before Mark's motion, to postpone this recognition, even though they've been recognized, to invite the families to come in person, because this is a very big deal, and this has been our custom in the town of Reading. So it doesn't seem like ample opportunity and time was given, and I'm not blaming anyone for that, but I think we should have the ceremony in the fall, when everyone's back to school, people are done having vacations, and they can be duly recognized for this amazing accomplishment. So that would be my motion, to postpone this recognition, to have these young men and their families in person if they choose to be in person.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. I just had a question for, I'm not sure if Bob or Karen or maybe Caitlin would know, do you happen to know what the preference is for the families?
No, we have, I know we have 2 troops in town, and we did a proclamation for a previous troop, so I'm actually concerned about, treating them equally. They're equally important, but.
Maybe we could have a recognition for both sets? Or, I don't know what the communication has been.
I don't either, yeah, that's why I'm bringing it up, sorry, yeah.
So I wonder if you'd accept a friendly amendment that we should be able to do this for the previous group as well
Yes.
as this group, the ones that we did several weeks before, and have an in-person ceremony. I wonder, I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or not, but if we were to go forward with the recognition and have a ceremony set up for a future meeting.
Would you consider making a motion like that?
Of course.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of approving this consent agenda with these proclamations and following up with an in-person ceremony for both Eagle Scout troops? Say aye.
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 Aye. All in favor? 5-1.
Wait a minute.
I mean, 5-0. 5-0. Okay.
Excellent.
It's the first time I've had to do that. Okay, great. Okay. Bob, I think.
Mr. Halsey has his hand up.
Point of information about the topic. you would all have the, of course, you're voting for the proclamation,
Mhm.
which is wonderful, it's prepared. On August 9th, all 9 of these young men will be together with their families, having their Eagle Scout presented, either one or all of you, which has been the habit in the past, could be present to make those presentations, particularly since there's unusually, because of COVID, 9 of them at one time, August 9th. And that will, I think that date was designed because some of them will be headed off to college
Sure.
before you know it.
Sure.
So that's just a point of information for the board to give proper recognition.
Appreciated. I don't know if anyone's watching at home or in the room could wrangle us an invitation.
I think that could
If
be
the
arranged.
select board could be invited, you got a good shot that somebody would be able to come, even with vacation, so thank you.
Can I ask further, would you happen to know the timing of that? Is it in the evening?
I think it's at 3 o'clock, but I
3 in the afternoon?
I can send an email back to all of you.
Thank you.
That would be
and let you
wonderful.
know date, time, and location. It's going to be in the Masonic Hall because it's needed to have a big space. I mean, there's 9 of them and their families and friends.
And this will include the other troop as well?
No, they've already had their court of honor. That happened about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
But I think, Chris, were you present?
Yeah.
Yep. And presented that to them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 7:56. We're a little bit behind. We were supposed to start our update on the water tower project at 7:40, but I know Ryan can speak quickly. Yeah. Will Ryan be speaking to us tonight, or?
There he is.
Oh, sorry, got you two mixed up. Sorry. Ryan, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone see me all right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I know it's been a while since we've been in front of you with this project. I think March was the last time we were in front of you when the board authorized the town to move forward with a design for a water tank that also had a temporary cell tower funded by the carriers. Since that time, we've been in front of, we've had a special town meeting that authorized the town to execute one or more ground leases with these temporary, for the purpose of a temporary telecommunication facility. We've gone out to bid for that in May 28th, and that was a responsive and complete bid, and it's been awarded to AT&T, and that is in the works of getting going and moving forward so we can get the cell carriers equipment off of the water tank and move forward with our water tank project. We've been in front of multiple boards, particularly CPDC and PBC. CPDC initially gave us a final decision in April, but after some initial review from the cell carrier's design and some of the issues that we may have with a zone of influence issue for load requirements and just basically how close cell tower was going to be to the water tank, we proposed to move that location to the easterly side of the property and went for a major modification to CPDC. That was granted and approved by CPDC. There's been a few conditions from the CPDC process. We've had an increase in scope as far as extra soil remediation due to the fact that we were trying to clean the whole property, and also to expand a use of an open space area on the site. Seems to be what the neighbors wanted. Also, we moved the fence line, and we are in the process of also trying to relocate some of the overhead wires so they're not going through that open space area. We are seeing a little bit of a delay in a DEP review process that we have right now. We did have a meeting with them last week, and we were reassured that we would be getting their review back pretty soon. And so hopefully, we've had a little bit of a delay on the bid opening, or which was going to be in the end of July. Now we're seeing that bid opening probably for the water tank at the end of August. Through the process, we finalized our specs and our design, and which led us to an engineer's estimate, which was provided in your packet. I think this is probably of the most importance that we talk about tonight. We originally had a $4.5 million budget for this project. That was about 3 years ago. And because of delays in the project, inflation, steel costs that are through the roof right now, and basically the increase of scope through the public process, we are now at a cost of about $5.9 million. Just generally speaking, about $600,000 to $700,000 of that can just be attributed to the 3-year process and the increase in inflation and the steel prices due to the pandemic. The increase in soil excavation and clearing of the site through the public process, that increased about $150,000. We had an owner requested by myself some extra water main work that when we were designing the project, that's going to lead us to about another $50,000 that will set us up for future improvements. Just going through all the meetings through this public process, Weston and Sampson had a change order of $50,000 for that. And based alone on that subtotal, we carry a contingency, and basically contract administration and RE services, Weston Sampson basically carries a percentage on that, and that was about $440,000. And so we'll be asking town meeting for extra money to make this project go forward. I do want to make a special note that depending on whether or not we have a change in the building code during this project, which could happen but is unlikely, there is a cost associated with that of around $120,000 possibly. I think, it was a really quick update. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about anything. I realize that you do have this in your packet. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
If I might, Karen?
You'd like to go first.
Thank you. I just want to add that the DEP review process will dictate, but there was a possibility if they were to move faster that we would have wanted to call a special town meeting to get the funds before more inflation happens. So there is at least an outside chance still of a late September special town meeting, and we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
You have a question, Ann? Comment?
Question, yes. So just to clarify for my own edification, the increase in cost was, is the new estimate. The bid there still has to be an RFP, so we don't know what the actual numbers are that are coming in, but the estimate has gone up considerably.
That's correct. So during the design process, they do what's called an engineer's estimate after they've gone through and actually designed the project. So it's a little bit different than a budget number. When they do that, Weston Sampson in particular has been very conservative with their numbers, and we're carrying a very high contingency as well. But you're absolutely correct. The invitation to bid, which is a little bit different than an RFP.
Okay.
The invitation to bid will come back and really tell us exactly where we're at with this project. We're confident that that number will come in lower than what we're saying right now. But again, we're in such a volatile market with the steel prices that anything could change. But we are feeling very comfortable. This estimate, I should tell you, was done around June 16th, so it's fairly recent. And it also takes into account a few quotes that we've received from some of the vendors of the tank. So again, we're confident that we kept these numbers fairly conservative. We're also carrying a high contingency as well. And we're doing that on purpose, just in case we do hit any unforeseen issues with the project. We also carry a contingency for that reason, but we are actually carrying contingency for the bid price as well.
Thank you, Ryan.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. Ryan, thanks first of all for the detail and all the information here. It's great, easy to follow. I had two questions. One is, can you define for us the CARR, what that is? Sorry, I don't know.
So that's construction administration and resident engineering services. So I believe the RR might be a typo. It usually is RE. So it's CA/RE. But that's contract administration, construction administration, and resident engineering services. So they oversee the project, make sure it's being done appropriately. That also includes an LSP for soil remediation.
Great, thanks. And then the other question is, as it relates to the floor for the tank, I assume it'd be steel instead of whatever is there now, ceramic or whatever it is?
Well, so that has come up during this process, and because of, like everything else with this project, we've been going through this long process. There's a potential right now that the building code could change and force us to a steel bottom. Right now, that's not the case. We can still continue as it's designed. So it's noted in there, and we're carrying it for that reason, just in case we get to that point and we need it. So it's more of in there as just as a point of note.
Okay, but it's being carried, it's in the estimate at this point?
Yeah, when we go forward to town meeting, you'll see a number probably that's rounded off to about 6 million, the new project number, and that's where it'll absorb that 126.
Got it. And the last piece of that is, I assume that is it a safety issue in terms of steel floor? Is it a better practice?
At this point, we don't really have any information. We just have some information that's come through from New York State that has asked for this, but any code change is based on some sort of structural requirement. So to be honest with you, I don't know much about it. It just came up within the last week when I wrote this memo, so we put it in just for a point of information.
Got it. Thank you.
I just said, thanks, Karen. I just wondered if somebody could just turn it up one notch, I guess. I don't know. Apparently I'm getting old.
Point of privilege. We cannot hear. We would love to hear Ryan a little louder if we can.
One notch up to not deafen everybody else. That's all. Thank you.
Excellent. I have a question, Brian. So I did see that the price of wood has come down dramatically. I don't know if you've been looking at steel futures or hearing any conversations that maybe that's starting to soften as well.
I haven't heard of that coming down yet. I know lumber futures have dropped down dramatically, at least I think 50 or more percent in the last month, but we're not seeing that with steel. A lot of this has to do, I believe steel is probably a little bit more global, but we're just not seeing that move right now.
Okay, and second question was, and I know you're giving us the deltas, so the project sort of changed with all of the excavation, and we'll be looking to put back the site together. So is that still part of the project plan? Is it accounted for somewhere else, but maybe the budget didn't go up?
I guess I'm not following your question. Are you saying that the remaining piece of the project will continue as planned in addition to what was added to the project through the CPDC process?
So CPDC made a lot of comments, and you had great conversations about moving the fence and the residents. There'd be different landscaping approaches and tree removal discussions. So at the end of the day, there'll be a nice looking green space up there. So are those costs accounted for in this project, in this $6 million?
There is carried a landscaping cost to bring back that area to lumen seed and a few trees. As far as moving beyond that, if there was to be a public process, then we would have to come up with and see what we need for money through that public process. If they wanted to, enhance it to, more of a park status than more of an open sort of tree grove area, which is what it's going to be. I know I've spoken with a few of the neighbors, and they're happy with the idea of the fact of it being loomed and seeded and some trees being planted by the tree warden. We're happy to move forward with a public process to have that conversation after we get done with this tank project, so they're sort of not commingled.
Okay, fair enough. I think I heard you say that the putting the site back together, all of the costs, those are included. That's really, and you didn't list it as a delta, so I didn't know if those costs had maybe gone up a bit, but they're part of this.
No, I mean, those are probably rolled in a little bit to the soil excavation, disposal, clearing, and grubbing, and you know, honestly, the cost of landscaping isn't tremendous. So those could be carried in the contingency as well.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, thank you. This was a marvelous update. Thank you for being very succinct and on point, and your packet information was exactly what I felt I needed. I don't know how the other board members feel. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to a hearing to approve Verizon Cable TV contract.
Would you like that?
Am I looking for a motion?
A reading of the hearing notice, I think.
A reading of the hearing notice, Mr. Secretary, if you would.
Can folks hear me, by the way? Am I speaking loud enough? Yes? Okay. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on July 20th, 2021 at 8 p.m. in the community room at the Reading Public Library, 64 Middlesex Avenue, Reading, Mass., or also available remotely on Zoom, to consider the approval of the renewal of the Reading cable television license granted to Verizon New England, Inc. A copy of the proposed document regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing in person or remotely via Zoom, or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 6 p.m. on July 20th, 2021 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us. Any applications, reports, statements, and amendments to be considered at the hearing that constitute public records are available for inspection during regular business hours and for reproduction for a reasonable fee. By order of Robert W. LeLacheur, Town Manager.
Point of information. In our next hearing notice, may we dispense with the reading of the public notice when we get to that part, or do we need to always read all that stuff?
Check, but I believe you could.
Okay, we might do that. Okay.
You don't like my reading?
No, I just want to go to bed.
I think it will probably be able to dispense more quickly with that than we could via Zoom, because then we had to go around remotely and do a roll call, whereas now we don't have to do a roll call.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
nice.
Thank goodness I had you.
Hi, Matt.
Welcome, Matt.
How are you? Hey, good to see everybody.
Hi, Matt.
So I just want to ask Caitlin, do you see Phil or Kathy on the call at all? Okay, they're there. Great. Okay, excellent. So I just want to make sure the whole team's here. So thank you very much. I just wanted to start by introducing the negotiation team that we've put together for this license. So we have from the town, Jane Wellman, who's on the Zoom call, Kevin Frilla, who's in the audience, and Brian Bertram, who's town council, on the Zoom call. From the school department, Gail Dowd, who's here, and Julian Carr. And from RCTV, I think we have Phil Rushworth and Kathy Crook. And I'd also like to thank and recognize Bob for his leadership and guidance through the process. On the Verizon side, I believe we have attorney Paul Train on the Zoom call. And Paul, was there anybody else from Verizon joining you that you need to introduce, or? No?
He's muted.
Okay, he's muted, so I'll take that as a no then. Before you was a very lengthy license that took several months, it felt like years, but several months to complete with Verizon. Everybody did a fabulous job on both sides, I have to say. I guess what I submitted, because the license is so long, 40 pages, I submitted a memo that just touched on some of the highlights. And so I can review some of those now if you'd like, or we can just go on the memo and answer questions, whatever the pleasure of the chair is. So.
I very much welcome your highlights.
Okay.
I missed this in preparing for tonight, so my question was going to be, what do I need to know about this really lengthy document?
Yes, okay,
Thank
that's what I thought. So some of the highlights, first of all, it's a 5-year term. The prior license that we had with Verizon was actually 15 years. And that's unheard of these days, a 15-year license. We looked at a lot of our peer communities, and they're getting 5-year licenses as well. And Attorney Train would tell you that that's what he is offering to his communities as well. So a 5-year license, which benefits both sides. The HD PEG channel is really one of the highlights of our license this time around. So PEG, for people that don't know, stands for public education and government. So those channels that you have, I think there's 3 of them in Reading, they're considered PEG channels. One of them will now be an HD channel, and that will be decided, but that's something we've been asking for a long time, and we were able to get that through our negotiations. Speaking of PEG, I think the 2 probably most important areas of the license are obviously the money areas. So one is called the PEG grant. That's money we get for the public education and government channels. Verizon will be giving us $146,250 as a PEG grant in 3 equal installments during the first 2 years of the 5-year license period. Probably could have rounded that up a little better, but that's the exact number. So that's actually lower than what we got over the 15-year term, but if you look at it, by year, it's actually more money per annum. And the other major portion is the franchise fee. And again, this year, like the prior license, this license provides that Verizon will pay 5% of its gross annual revenues as a franchise fee to the town. That's the maximum allowed by statute, applicable federal statute. So we will be in good shape there for the franchise fee and the PEG grants. There are a few other, issues regarding termination language, cable drops that I outlined in my memo. We can discuss those further if you like, but I think the heart of the contract would be the PEG grant, the franchise fee, the PEG channels, and the term of the license itself. So I can, again, open it up to further questions. We can discuss it further. The group is here to answer questions as well. Legal questions would go to town council. Otherwise, we'd ask that the license be approved for 5 years.
I think Chris has a question.
Yep, question, thanks, Karen. Question/comment, I do agree with the HD PEG access channel because the current standard channels, when documents are put up on the screen and all that, a majority of them are like illegible. I can't even read them on my television, so I can only imagine people at home. So seeing that we at least get one out of this is going to be a massive improvement, I think, for the town. And then in terms of the franchise fee, is that in line with Comcast or whatever, do you know? Are they around the 5%?
Yeah, well, in terms, yes, of the franchise fee, it is 5% with Comcast, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks, folks. A few questions. Back to the PEG fees just for a moment. So there is about $150,000 rounded that comes through over 3 years, or 2 years plus the initial.
That's correct, yeah.
So I know this is a hard thing for us because to run RCTV, I know costs more than certainly more than the grant plus 5%. I think that's a problem we're running into. Was that $150,000 decided and then it was figure out how quickly we could get paid, or is there an option to figure out how to get a bit more years of that
Yeah,
amount?
we had tried for, we had negotiated for a higher number, and they came back with a lower number, and this was the number we sort of settled at. Given what, there was a lot of mathematics that went into it, and Paul could even talk to you more about that. But yeah, so that's basically what it is. The 5% is a lot. The PEG, it goes mostly, I think, to capital money, and if Phil's on the call, he could talk about how he best uses that. But in terms of the running expenses, it's really the franchise fees.
Okay, so the 5% is really kind of the operating money that comes through on that.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Second set of questions relates to service standards. And I wonder sorry, I ended up reading the contract fairly detailed.
Okay.
Some of the terms start to feel like they don't make sense in the 2010s anymore. They're talking about calls and communications that maybe aren't happening as much anymore. But I'm wondering, in terms of outages, installations, and customer support, I know during the pandemic, I can speak personally that it's been really difficult to speak with someone or to get kind of action going on. I'm just wondering what the plans are kind of post-pandemic. Are we going to get back to faster service? I know that there's a standard that says you're going to hear from an automated system in 30 seconds, but I'm not sure that's what people are looking for. They're looking for a resolution, not the answering system to say hello. I'm wondering if there's anything that's kind of in the plans for working on that.
I could defer to Paul from Verizon, if you're not muted. I don't know if you have anything more, since it's more of a Verizon question in terms of your.
Yeah, I would just say that against both the state regulations in Massachusetts and the federal law on service availability, phone answering, and credits to customers when and if there's an outage. So it's consistent with what is in both the state and federal law. I tend to agree that they're a little bit behind the times, and hopefully those will change, and when they do, Verizon will live up to those.
Cool. Would you guys happen to have any of the, how long on hold statistics? Any information on that?
I don't have it readily available, but gladly look into it and provide the follow-up to Matt for you.
Great. I think, because I think that's what people are really, hoping gets improved, is the amount of time you're waiting for, to be able to actually get your problem in the queue for resolution, as opposed to just sitting on hold forever. And I know pandemic obviously was a huge challenge to that, but I'm hoping that as people are back to the office, that can be improved dramatically.
Understood.
We talked about PEG to HD. And sorry, the 5-year term, so that's become kind of the standard in terms of what's going forward now?
Correct. Every Verizon renewal in 9 states where it has wireline facility in 5 years.
5 years. Okay. And sorry, one last one on the PEG grant. The 5% of gross revenue, that's the total bill, or that just relates to the TV portion of the bill?
It's 5% annual revenue, video revenue only, doesn't pertain to broadband or phone service.
Got it. Okay. And sorry, last one, I'll try. If people sign up for cable alternatives, but they do it through Verizon, does that count as in that video area? So in other words, if someone uses YouTube TV, but they sign up for it through Verizon, is that included?
Generally speaking, if revenue derived over the cable system, it would be paid a portion of it in the gross revenue.
Okay, great. So we got to encourage everybody to sign up through Verizon. Okay, great, thank you.
Different question now. Are you good? I'm all set. You good, Carl?
I'm good, just have one. Any other
Okay,
questions?
hold on. Then. Okay, I have 2 questions. Just wanted clarification. In the past, I understood there was a per subscriber fee that the town received. Does this money scenario do away with that? And I was just wondering if Phil could comment briefly on how he's feeling about how this will fund RCTV going forward.
Okay. Is Phil there, or can Phil answer that question then?
Hi.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
How are you? I don't know if you wanted to answer the first part, Matt, the franchise part.
Could you repeat the first?
There used to be a fee per subscriber that we
Okay.
collected, and so is that method of payment no longer being used? Is that why, or is it not
On the bill?
it's not
I'm
referenced here?
Do we know if that's still on the fee per prescriber? Is that still on the bill?
Yeah, what'll happen is Verizon will pass through the cost on a per.
It's cutting out. It's how we get the 5% on the bill. So it's a fee that the subscriber pays to us. Is what he's trying to say, I think. You were cutting out there, Paul. So sorry.
Nope.
Maybe you've lost
Cut out completely.
But I wanted to make sure it's the same thing. But yes, that's how we get the 5%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're back.
You can hear everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and maybe we can go to Phil then. I
Yeah.
think that answered the first question.
Thank you.
Yeah, and your question was regarding the capital?
In general, how are you feeling? I know you were concerned that there were cable cutters. There's a lot of them. So I was wondering how you're feeling about funding for RCTV, with this contract at this point in time.
We think this is a good contract for the town, and RCTV was looking for ways to diversify our income so that we can have additional funding. Cable cutting is affecting the operating and capital funds that we're getting, so we're looking at ways to increase that.
Okay, very good. Another question?
Thanks, Karen. Do we know how much it is to get additional HD PEG channels? I mean, are we talking millions, or is it like $20 or something? Like, anybody get it in line with 3 and 3?
Right now, Verizon is not offering that. You know, we'd like them all to be HD. I mean, as a cost to Verizon, I think Paul would probably know more, but it's not something that they currently offer anywhere, as far as I know, so.
That's right. We generally provide one HD channel in a community in Massachusetts.
Okay.
Okay, can we open it up to the public? Are there any questions from at home or in the room? I don't see any. Okay. We close the hearing?
Yeah, was there anybody online, Caitlin? No? Okay.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Move to close the hearing.
Second. So moved. Second. Okay, so, ready for a vote. Voting to close the Verizon hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, 5-0.
Move to approve and execute a cable television renewal license to Verizon New England, Inc. in the form presented to the Select Board.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
And I have one more.
Great, thanks, Mark.
Move to authorize town staff and town council to issue the following report on town letterhead and furnish it to the Department of Telecommunications and Cable. The Select Board of the Town of Reading has granted to Verizon New England, Inc. a cable television renew license in accordance with 207 CMR 3.06, and as reasons for that grant, the Select Board found that the licensee, among other things, substantially met renewal criteria as set forth in the provisions of 47 U.S.C. S. 546 C1 and 207 CMR 3.06(1), and the licensee's proposal and renewal license reasonably meets the cable needs of the town of Reading.
Second. You have a question, Ann?
So this letter is going from staff citing what the board has done, is that correct? It's not coming from the board?
That's the way I understand it. Actually, Brian could maybe answer that more specifically, because this was his language you wanted included. On the motion, Brian?
Sure. So, can you all hear me first off? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. That's the first step in this, right? So that's good. Okay. So basically, yeah, there's two things we have to accomplish. 99% of it is the cable license, which you just approved and granted to New England, to Verizon New England. The other thing is we have to, within a short period of time, send a copy of that license, as well as what's referred to as a report or a statement of our reasons for issuing the license to the Department of Telecommunications and Cable. And so what was just read is something that the issuing authority has to send that agency. And so we needed you to move to approve that statement so that we can put it on town letterhead and send it along with a copy of the license. We have to observe the legal requirements for this. So that's the reason for it. If anyone has any other questions about it, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks. I just had a question. If, will the letter be signed by staff or by Bob on behalf of the board? The reason I'm asking is because I can't have my name go as an agent of the board to a state agency because I have a role with the state. So I just wanted to confirm that this isn't something that is going to have my name on it as a signatory.
Unless Verizon insists that it be signed, my concept of this was that it would just be a statement, issued by the select board. There wouldn't be signatures on it. It's simply following the hearing. This is the reason why we voted to grant the license, and it would just be under the name, just under the select board in general. That's how it would go to the DCC. Paul, did you want anything more?
No objection to that without a signature. It's fine as a statement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready for a vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you all. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you,
Nicely done,
everyone.
Matt.
Can I pass this down for you guys to actually sign the
Yep.
licenses? So you can just,
Yep.
here's a pen.
Yep.
Just so I have all 5 of you in the room, so.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
One second, I may have to do a quick reading here.
Would you share that?
Oh, no, I don't. Okay.
Okay. I marked the page down, so.
Should be another hearing you need to read Amy's position.
Okay. Whoops. Sorry, I gotta find it. Got it. Do you want me to read the next hearing notice?
Yes, I think that would be wonderful.
Okay.
That would be okay. Yep.
All right. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on July 20th, 2021 at 8:15 PM in the community room at the Reading Public Library, 64 Middlesex Avenue, Reading, Massachusetts, or also available remotely on Zoom to amend the FY22 non-union classification chart. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the Select Board packet on the
Motion to
website.
dispense with the reading of the hearing notice?
Second.
Thank you. We're so rude. I know, I have to. Okay, thank you.
So
Yeah,
now
I think
we
that's
have to
right.
vote.
Okay, all those in favor of dispensing with the reading of the hearing notice, please raise your hand. Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Oops, here's the pen.
Okay, thank you. Our HR Director, Sean Donahue, is joining us remotely. Amy Lannon, our Library Director, is in the audience. This is a fairly simple, straightforward request. The Director of Social Justice position was approved by town meeting in April, May. Both Sean and Amy met subsequent to that, went through a rigorous process to determine how to grade the position, even though there was a budget for it, and came out with a grade I for the position. So they're just requesting, or Amy's requesting, to add this library position in at grade I on your existing classification plan, which you had approved previously before the end of the last fiscal year. I certainly welcome any comments for Amy or Sean, and they're available for your questions.
Any questions, board members?
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to thank you for the work. I understand that you went through a rigorous process, but from a sort of layman's standpoint, it looks great that it's sort of in the same category as the director for the coalition, because that's sort of the way we'd envisioned it being sort of on par with the work of the coalition. So I think that's really great. So thank you.
Great. So we could open up to public comment. Do we have any comments? None appearing. A motion to close the hearing?
Move to close the hearing.
So moved. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
I think you need a second
Oh,
first.
okay, well. Do we?
I think I can move it, and you could, and someone else can second, because I read it as a motion to close the hearing. I think it's-
So does so moved not mean second? I think we're-
So moved doesn't mean second. So
Okay,
means like so if someone said like could someone make a motion and then somebody says so moved and then someone could say second. But if someone makes a motion, then the other person can second it. So if someone says so moved, that basically means I'm making a motion.
Gotcha.
But if someone says,
Right,
could
so
I
he-
hear it? Yeah.
So he made the motion, so we just need the second.
Right.
My apologies. Got
No,
it.
you're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so any other discussion? Okay.
Move to approve the FY22 non-union classification chart as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Is that the only one you have?
Yes.
All
Sorry,
right.
That's it.
Good job.
Yep,
Thank you.
that's it.
Excellent. Okay. Okay, moving on. 8:20, we were supposed to start town manager goals. So we are running about 20 minutes behind. Not too bad. Bob, can I turn this
Okay.
over to you?
Thank you. And I'm about to attempt new technology, so we'll see how it all works. Excellent. Somewhat surprising. I'm here to present a summary view of last year's goals. Many department heads and assistant department heads are present, either in person or remotely, for any questions. I'm going to do this as quickly as possible. It would take quite a lot of discussion to go into a lot of detail, so hopefully the format I provided to the board summarized it to your satisfaction. But just for the community's benefit as well, the board assigned a series of goals late last October to all of us, to me specifically. You can see there are 9 listed. Just for convenience, we grouped them into community policy and operations. One could argue that they overlap. That's not really important. I'll just go again somewhat quickly. As a highlight, when the goals were approved in October, it looked like clear sailing for the pandemic, much as it looked maybe 3 weeks ago. And obviously, we didn't have as clear sailing as we thought. It was discussed and thought that we would be able to have in-person public meetings as soon as January. And obviously, that has just only recently happened. So anything to do with an in-person meeting, obviously, we could not accomplish. We did do a number of Zoom meetings. They have certainly their advantages, but they're not the same as in-person for community feedback. So the first goal, again, could only do virtual meetings. You can see we scheduled what seems to be dozens of meetings this fall on many of the topics. We did, the library was able to conduct some virtual meetings that I've listed. Their series will be pushed forward under the Director of Equity and Social Justice. Many of the department heads in the room attended one or more of these. And again, there was pretty good discussion virtually, but again, it's not the same as in person. In person allowed you to rotate in the room, sit down, meet. I've met several people I had not met or seen in 10 years, so it's not quite the same. The Coalition for Prevention and Support also conducted their meetings monthly to get feedback from the community. They are proposing to come back in person on September 9th with an annual meeting. The board will certainly be invited and get more details. And again, those meetings not in person or not quite as effective. And that is, again, a staff-led meeting, not a public meeting. The thing that was most impactful probably under this goal that we got some feedback from as recently as yesterday that it was exactly the right thing to do is that Human Elder Services staff and others placed thousands of calls during the pandemic for our elderly. And there were many reasons for that. One is the services they were missing. One is to make sure they're okay. But honestly, the most important thing clinically, I'm told, is the loneliness aspect of many seniors just being shut in during the pandemic. And just the knowledge that staff would call on a regular basis, sometimes twice a week, sometimes daily, led a lot of people to an expectation of it and an enjoyment of it that they otherwise might not have minded so much if they didn't have it. I'm happy to announce that since July 30th, the library has received an LSTA grant for Civic Hub, extending conversations on civic engagement. So that's the type of work the board had envisioned us to do with the public in person, and that's now grant funded, which is terrific. Again, there's many meetings planned. There's even more that I listed, but I'll just kind of hit them quick. Most of them are planned for Q3 and Q4, pandemic allowing. The Fall Street Fair, not under the town, is planned for September 12th with a memorial for September 11th, the day before. We had been recently running a new resident open house. We've decided for this year to fold that into the Fall Street Fair. I think there are either 7 or 8 town departments and tables that we use. We're going to try to put them together this year and have an open house in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. This year, I think what we'll do at the Fall Street Fair, because people are walking around often with kids, is we're not going to hand out a lot of merchandise and gift bags. We're just going to hand out some sort of a coupon for a new resident that then allows them to go to the library at some future date in the next couple of weeks to pick up some information. So that's one way to try it. We have hired a professional moderator to lead a series of meetings. The topics are not yet decided, and we certainly welcome your feedback. Many of them will be planning oriented because that's the grant we had, or the funds we had, I should say. Certainly there's a lot of community interest in what I've called downtown growth and housing. There's a lot of subtopics on that, but as we have residents moving into the downtown, they will require different services and certainly enjoy different services. There's some concern in parts of the community that the downtown is being built up too much or too fast. There was an instructional motion to that effect, for CPDC to make some alterations to zoning. So I think a public meeting on this topic broadly can have a lot of different topics in it. We're concerned still about being a senior in Reading post-pandemic and what that means. I don't honestly think anyone really knows, but we did see, somewhat to my surprise, when the senior center reopened, it was very busy. People were very happy to get out of their house and to get into a more communal arrangement, which is great to see. And again, I was a bit surprised. We've talked about this a couple years ago, and we'd still like to do it at some point. I don't know if this fall is appropriate, but understanding your local government with a number of new residents, we've grown from under 23,000 to over 26,000 in a relatively short amount of time. And in addition to the growth, as you know, there's a lot of housing turnover, there's a lot of new residents moving in and other folks moving out. In some way, shape, or form, whether we do videos or have some sort of a meeting, we know it's important that new residents especially understand what services we provide and maybe what services we don't provide, and certainly to become familiar with the light department, for instance. There's going to be an ongoing discussion about athletics and recreation. That's before the pandemic, that's a big issue in the town, and certainly what its reputation was largely ranked on, and that's going to continue. Obviously the recreation athletics functions slowed down greatly during the pandemic, but as we've already learned, some of the appetite is still there, and as soon as it's safe to do so, we know leagues are already planning to start in the fall. And lastly, civil discourse is something that a prior board had addressed many years ago. There's clearly an opportunity to discuss that again. And there could be other topics. Some of these will need a little bit of work to tailor to Reading, but that's a start. You can see a list of dates in September and October and November. And then in addition to those reserved spots, there is an Economic Development Summit planned for October 6th. The Financial Forum hopefully will start late this August, and then the Finance Committee, depending on their appetite, will schedule one for September, possibly in October, definitely. Our financial health is good, better than certainly we expected 15 months ago. But operationally, we still have challenges under Prop 2.5, and I'll work with the new superintendent as closely as possible to make sure he understands kind of the Reading process, and then the schools will do what they choose. When we do have these meetings, we think it's important, since not everyone will attend. They'll always be available on RCTV. They'll be available on YouTube. We also want to create a summary document for the board to just have as a record It won't be able to capture every comment, much as your minutes don't do that, but just a flavor of what the discussion topics will be, so that instead of needing to watch a whole meeting, the board can read a summary of that. So that goal was completed as best as it could under the circumstances, and some of it is pushed forward to next fall. I'm going to proceed through the next goal, but at any point if the board wants to ask a question or make a comment, just please let me know. And staff is again here to answer any questions. The second goal was social justice under community. That goal is largely met. Your classification hearing tonight finishes it off, other than hiring a person for the library position, the DESJ position. As some of the members on the board know, it was a lot of discussion through a lot of meetings, a lot of night meetings, a lot of twists and turns along the way. I think it ended up as best we could hope. I hope that the community gives the person in this job, whenever they are able to be hired, an opportunity to get started. I know there was a lot of criticism from both sides on what the position should or shouldn't do. I tell you that the reason that Erica McNamara has worked out on the coalition as its executive director since it started, with a small hiatus when she tried something else, was because Erica was left to do her job by the community, supported as needed, but not told what to do by anyone. The superintendent, actually 2 former superintendents, a couple of police chiefs, a couple of town managers were the 3-legged stool that supported her, but there was tremendous support from the community when it was asked. And she was never directed what to do. And I just want to hope to give the new position in the library some breathing opportunity to also get a good start with the support, again, of a 3-legged stool as needed. So I believe that goal, as of tonight, except for the hiring, is complete. Some things you've heard about in the budget process. We have a civil rights sergeant position. That promotion has not yet happened. It is planned and in progress. That person will work extremely closely with this position in the library. And I didn't list it, but the Board of Health or the health director process that's ongoing is also expected to work with that position, as well as with the coalition. Details to be determined.
Excuse me, Bob, is that,
Yeah.
it says FY '23 budget? Should it be '22?
Oh, let's see. Yeah, it should be 22.
Should be 22,
I never
okay.
know what year I'm in. 1 year ahead, 1 year behind. Yeah, that's the current fiscal year we're in.
Dan, did you have a question?
Yeah.
Bob, I had a couple of questions under the welcoming initiatives category. So Town Hall now has a gender-neutral bathroom, is that correct? Okay, great. I hadn't been aware of that previously.
I've used it.
Oh, very good, very good. So I think, just looking at what the HRAC-led discussions and events were, I don't think that they ended up doing an event around Juneteenth, but I do think that that highlights something that you speak to for next year's goals, which is a community calendar. I know that HRAC, I think, recognized on social media the existence of Juneteenth, but I don't think they had any specific programming with respect to Juneteenth. But I think if we have like a community calendar that the town can, that you've proposed for next year, where we can think sort of proactively in terms of not missing important and events and holidays throughout the year, especially now that that Juneteenth is not only a state holiday, but now a national holiday as well. I think that sort of underscores that we're not missing major holidays. And I also was wondering what HRAC did for Women's History Month. I know that they did some social media posts, which they had asked me to participate in, highlighting different women in town and the work that they do for the community. Is that what you were thinking of when you mentioned that?
Maybe I should have used a few more words, but discussions/events meant and/or, not both. So some of these would be clearly recognizable events, and some were just discussions on the board and in the community.
Okay.
That is what I was referring to, though.
Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, some of it's repeat to the first goal. Again, the Pulse of Reading Library Series was ongoing last year. It was suspended at some point. I know Amy wants to bring it back with a strong preference for in-person and the grant I mentioned previously. I tried as requested to keep the updates to 2 pages maximum, and this was the hardest one. There's just a lot going on under sustainability, and the board had listed, many topics underneath that. So, this is a summary that's meant to hit all the spots. I don't think I could possibly cover all the details tonight, but Green Communities was an initiative the town looked into almost 10 years ago.
The library is closing 10 minutes.
Oh,
at 9.
I'll be quick. You don't really have to leave. And RMLD, as a multi-town agency, was the gating item then and is still, as Karen has noted. There is 2 sets of legislation out there that may or may not cure that situation. And, we'll do the best we can. But the town has proceeded to hit as many requirements on its own as possible. We have totally completed 4 out of 5. 2 of them still need state approval, but their work is done. And the 5th one is the performance contracting work that I think I'm actually having a meeting tomorrow on. That's something that will be, again, a future discussion at one of those fall meetings. To give you a quick summary, we identified over $10 million worth of possible improvements. I looked at the subset and I costed out each one and got the energy savings for each specific measure in many buildings, and chose $3 million worth that was the most energy efficient and thus the most responsive to green communities. And then the community I expect to have a lot of help from as to what else do you want to do above the $3 million. The capital plan calls for $4.5 million, I think, right now. Again, we have one-time money, we can have a discussion. I did not want to walk in on my own into areas that were not under green communities, but I would certainly welcome the community to discuss it. For instance, solar does not save energy. It's just an alternative form. So the green communities process does not recognize that as energy savings. That doesn't mean it's a bad idea. And then I'd also welcome discussion for things that are just not listed for us on public buildings. We're talking about municipal buildings. There could certainly be other things in the community that the town should and ought to look at, but it's not strictly under our purview, if you will. RMLD has been a good partner. We've been working with them, on several of the initiatives the board mentioned, but again, we can't kind of do it alone. Yeah.
Excuse me, Karen, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
For example, with the boiler replacements, is part of that consideration on that, I assume since under green communities, it's switching from gas to potentially electric?
No.
It's not?
To change to electrify the buildings would cost over $10 million and is maybe a future discussion, but for right now, and Joe's in the back, he can correct me, I think I saw him. There's no supposed change of energy source right now. All the buildings are on natural gas. To electrify any portion or any building would be a significant cost, more than the numbers I'm showing you that a boiler would cost. Nonetheless, the natural gas boilers we're talking about are extremely high efficiency boilers, so it does meet the criteria of green communities.
Just quick, it's a separate item, but it's a very related item to this, is that I think it would be great for the boards to get together and talk about this kind of stuff. So where there is a big cost involved to switch over, I would hope that RMLD would understand that, would want to participate. And it at least should be a discussion to see what's possible.
Okay. That's, that you've seen in a nutshell kind of the, I guess I'll call the sustainability option. We did complete the vehicle inventory. The board has seen that. The town site owns a significant amount of vehicles. Very few of them are actually eligible for green communities recognition, whether you go electric or hybrid. There's one on the capital plan within the next 2 years that we're looking at that could be a hybrid. We're a little concerned, obviously, emergency response vehicles cannot rely on electric right now. It's not done anywhere except as a beta test. We're a little bit concerned even on the second-tier vehicles, not to rely strictly on electricity, but maybe hybrid would be fine. And both the town and the light department have experimented with those in the past and learned some lessons. So we'll see where that goes. But that's an ongoing discussion. I know the light department received 2 grants, and there's the potential of more to put charging stations in and around the downtown area. So staff's worked with them. We've proposed locations. They've gone into the grant process with those locations and did get 2 approvals. And, you know, work beyond that is up to them. I don't know if the board has any other questions.
Can I ask a quick question?
C1.
Yep.
What were the proposed locations, Bob, on the EV
Oh,
station?
boy.
I could.
There's
jump
a
in
handful. Do you remember, Karen? There's, go
Well,
ahead.
they're I know that last night they discussed they're trying to get some more information from the library, like an as-built. So the library's definitely up there. She mentioned last night, the general manager, I don't know if this is immediate or coming in the future, about a spot, that island in front of Christopher's,
Yes.
and taking over that island, and also, so it would be attractive as well as that charging station. I can follow up with you, it was sent to us when we signed that grant application, it's those same 5 locations. And it was the library, it was a mixture of downtown, it was also at the depot, correct?
Right.
The depot is another one.
Correct.
Okay, this says few, so it's 5.
We gave them, I believe, 5 locations.
Yeah, I think 5 locations were examined, and they determined not all of them were
Okay.
satisfactory from their purposes.
Gotcha. All right.
I'll move on to HR. This one has gone slower. HR came to see you in the second quarter of this year, which is maybe a couple months behind what they had hoped to do. As you know, your agendas are quite busy. They do plan to come see you. It won't happen this summer because there's too many vacations, but next fall they'll come to you with hopefully a final product. It might take two nights of discussion, I'm not sure. But just to be clear, there's an employee committee. Some people in this room are on that committee. It's not a complete secret to me, but I am not involved. When the committee has done its work, they will make recommendations to me. I know that there's 2 topics that if they don't address, I want to, so that's the reason I want to review the policy before it goes to you. And, you know, beyond that, we'll see where it goes. I will tell you, as the hiring authority in town, it is extraordinarily difficult to hire people right now. There's no one reason. There's lots of reasons. Money is certainly, you know, often discussed as a reason. We're also having a challenging time retaining staff. As the board has heard, you know, a certain amount of our staff leaves and comes back. We heard today one of the ones that left and came back is leaving again. So grass is always greener. And it's not someone who applied for a job. It's someone that was recruited by another town. So, you know, it's a competitive market out there. And, you know, we only have the money that the town provides, and I have no complaints about that. But our other tools for hiring are not quite as important right now in the marketplace. You know, as you know from the town department heads and the management team, the staff is terrific. We've worked together for many, many years without any real turnover and problems. And this, if you will, generation of workers comes to work for different reasons. The younger generation has a different appetite for work. It's really as simple as that. So I hope that HR doesn't become a problem, and that's why we want to address these policies and modernize them. The town can certainly improve on some non-financial offerings, flexible vacation time, possibly some more remote work. Some of our jobs, most of our jobs just don't qualify for that, but, you know, we'll do what we can. But when I'm faced with issues as the hiring authority, I consider the marketplace, I consider the candidate, the importance of the position, but I can't stop there. I have to think about the whole organization. And I can't start making exceptions if it's going to negatively impact the whole organization, because everyone was hired with a certain sense of rules, and if the rules are going to change, that has to be an organizational-wide discussion, and I can't just vary and hire someone. So, I'm putting that on your radar because in the last 3 months, it's come onto mine a lot harder than I expected it. You saw what, Sean gave you a nice update. I believe it was in April 20th. Some of the work that they will bring to you is vacation time and holiday time. Again, I don't like policies personally that give the town manager a lot of flexibility and authority. I would prefer not to have it. Sometimes it's absolutely necessary. Bereavement is an area where I think the town manager should have the last say because it's case by case and obviously a difficult circumstance. But again, in some of the union contracts that you've approved, not just recently but years ago, the employee choice between time off and pay is a reasonable alternative for many employees. The two people can have the same job and choose very different things for their own reasons. I want to be paid more, I want to have more time off, and that's a perfectly reasonable thing, up to a point for the town to encourage. Some of the budget items have been discarded. ICMA matching is interesting. I know the schools and the light department both do that in some way or another. It's a good thing for an employer to encourage retirement savings, certainly. If this were a different situation, I'd be much more inclined to want to encourage young people to do this, but there is a pension. If people stay more than 10 years and retire at a certain age, they are eligible for a pension, so I'm satisfied with that for now.
Excuse me, Bob,
Yeah.
one question on, I see, tuition reimbursement, budget concerns. So teaching has changed, and there are a lot of online certifications and different approaches to that could be supported with a little bit of time off as opposed to kind of reimbursement. And I wonder if that might be an incentive we can use. Plus, it cross-trains people better.
Yeah. The town uses an approach, it's kind of, a lot of departments, it's kind of complicated, but we'll pay you in your salary because you achieved certain education. We'll pay for you to get the education and not pay you in your salary, or we'll give you time off to get it. And it all has to be related to your job. Some of our employees are interested in growing beyond their job, which, we should encourage, not to the point where they can then go to another town, but.
Agreed.
And that's where we're having issues that people want, more education, which can't be a bad thing. And the question is, do we use one of those 3 tools I told you to provide that to someone not for their current job? For a promotion within the organization, which we've done plenty of, sure, it's a good idea. And that's kind of what the issue is.
Got it. Thanks.
Yep. Some of the items under discussion, progressive discipline, we just need to update that legally. Again, these policies are more than a decade old. The town manager was given certain authority when there were 10 steps to hire up to, I believe it was step 7, and the board needs to approve anything step 8 or higher. There is now 14 steps, so I've done some interpolation and widened out the 7 a little, but not a lot. And, you just need to decide what's comfortable for you to allow the town manager to hire up to. And then, we're getting a lot of pushback from staff, not in this room, about night meetings. Night meetings are not what people signed up for, and this community has lots of night meetings. And, and you've heard this before, but to get, staff to do minutes of meetings and not have to have committee members doing it is not easy. We have many support staff that have families and they want to go home at night, and paying them overtime to do minutes is not necessarily attractive enough. So that's something we need to address.
And could that be something so Caitlin is supporting us remotely? I mean, I wonder if that's an option.
I think so. I mean, she's doing it to run the Zoom portion. We didn't know how big it would be, but, to the extent that a board and committee can rely on remote participation, I would think that's a good thing. And that would require you to run hybrid meetings all the time, which may or may not be legal at some point. They're okay for now, but at some point they may not be. But yeah, that's a good tool. Do you want to entertain a question?
Oh.
Sorry.
Yes, sure.
Just as a follow-up with your night meetings, I know in a lot of law firms, sometimes they have the concept, in other businesses, of a floater to just handle certain things. Would it be possible for the town to create a classification, like a night floater, who's actually an employee that only works meetings and just fills in for every board and doesn't work days, because it sounds like that's something that,
Yeah,
it
we-
might appeal to people too who want a night job and who have that time.
We have tried that in the past, exactly as you described, and then Jean also tried a later start time for an employer, for a support staff person that would go into the night. It hasn't worked very well. If it was an every night kind of thing, but we can't predict what meeting schedules there will be well in advance. So we're finding that it's not the amount of hours, it's the time of night that's not in demand right now. We have experimented with that in the past, and it worked well 10 or 15 years ago, not so much now.
I just thought when there
Yeah.
isn't a meeting, they could spend their time catching up the minutes for all the
Yep.
meetings and kind of.
Yeah, and the other
work
option,
out or something.
which Caitlin does, and Jackie also, is not to attend the meeting, but to, as long as it's a good recording, to do minutes off of a recorded meeting. Now, that's not going to provide the people in the room any support, but it's at least going to take care of the minutes. So that's another thing we've tried, and it seems to work pretty well. Thanks. Sean discussed briefly and wanted to just include more details because it came up recently about diverse recruitment. And he just, again, provided some information. Reading is one of the only towns we've found that has sort of gender neutralized most of our documents. And the example given is we don't have a foreman anymore, we have a foreperson. Another agency in town still calls it the trouble man. We try to do the small steps. And we're trying to be a little bit more relaxed on very specific requirements for jobs and just say, or equivalent experience, because not everyone has had the same opportunity to have the same exact experience. We have not only committed, but we've actually started to cast a wider net. That is very non-traditional in our business, in our field. There are some go-to websites that everybody uses, and we're just trying to improve on that. There are some more national government-based recruitment websites that we've started to use. And I know there was a discussion with a former assistant superintendent in schools about that, and the schools had made an effort at some point, and then the effort wasn't there anymore, and I know they're committed to doing it again, but this is not a well-developed HR area in town/schools in terms of resources. We'll try. I think the clever approach is to do more locally, to advertise as a listed here, houses of worship, businesses, train stops, whatever. And not everyone now thinks everything's done on social media. It's not. We need to meet people where they are, and people are in a wide variety of places. So we're going to try to improve on that a little bit. And then, something I've had a discussion with one of the board members is, actually two, is video is a pretty powerful tool. We talk about holding night meetings, and everyone gets in, everyone has a good time for 3 or 4 hours and goes home. But then what? Not everyone enjoys all 3 or 4 hours. Pre-made videos that discuss the topic with different experts or different staff or different elected officials are continuous. They exist forever. And we tried that a few years ago. I want to say it's almost 10 years ago, when we used to meet at the Pleasant Street Center and try to have whiteboards and have all these sticky notes and whatever. And that was one of the topics we tried, and it was a little ahead of its time. I think now it would be easy to do.
Great for thinking about the new resident information.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Build some videos.
Exactly. And become familiar with your local government. That's a perfect use. You hold a meeting, you're going to capture so many, but if you put it online, people can do it whenever they want. Just to kind of wrap up this topic, we're being pretty good about diversifying our search committees. We have a wide variety usually of staff, not just the department head and HR on an interview. It's important that different levels, if you will, of the organization are involved in many, but not all of the hiring. These are people that we'll all work with. And, we'll just diversify within ourselves as best we can. Retention is kind of a different issue. We're thinking about surveying employees. And Sean's written down a couple of examples of that. And as I guess I mentioned earlier, which I forgot this was here, is we're going to have to do another pay and class study at some point. I don't think now would be too soon, but as the as the field comes out of the pandemic, I am just shocked whether the towns can pay people. We'll just leave it at that. I don't know how they do it.
Okay, we're only halfway through the fiscal year 21 goals, and
Okay,
we're
well,
20 minutes behind.
If you want to go fast or slow, I'm happy to do it. I'll go faster.
Yeah.
Not much to say in charter and bylaw updates. Matt's worked with the bylaw committee. They had to have a canceled meeting in June. They're working on it. I'll stop there. Operations, economic development, you've heard plenty from Erin. Her job has certainly changed, but there's a ton of stuff going on. And if you ever are bored at night, go to the economic development website and you'll be busy for hours. The park committee is meeting, and I was able to send out some resources to them, for instance. There's been millions of dollars in grants awarded to local businesses. Maybe they would have got them without Erin, but Erin has been extremely helpful, as the rest of the planning staff.
Did you say the park committee has begun meeting?
It's going to meet. First meeting is scheduled for August.
Okay.
Let's see, health department restructure, all but the director is hired, and the rest has been taken care of. I'm somewhat being facetious. We hope to hire a director soon is really the only thing I'm in a position to say. The Board of Health has been very helpful and very supportive. The chair has participated in some interviews so far, given me tremendous feedback. I just couldn't believe the detail he went into. So we're in a good place. We are in an unbelievably competitive market in this field. Health directors are retiring left and right, as are superintendents and town managers, and they're not making new health directors. So it's a big concern in the state right now that there's just a vacuum going on in that profession. So we'll do what we need to do. The undone work there is rolled up into that former goal under the bylaw committee. The Board of Health strongly supports, and certainly I do, a change from 3 to 5 members, but that's not something any of us can do. That has to go into the charter. It's not a town meeting article.
Yeah.
So we'll see where that goes.
It says target April 2021, if possible. Are we thinking of?
That's if they met in late June, so I'm not sure if that's realistic anymore. It's probably further out. That was the target discussion at town meeting. And again, I'll leave it to the bylaw committee and to the rules committee from the town meeting to sort that out. You as members and I as staff can encourage that to happen, but none of us can make it happen.
I think
But
we're
we're
asking
still-
it should
we're
be
still-
2022, right?
I'm sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
2022.
But
Yeah, that's again.
aren't we a couple years out from a charter?
Well,
Like the community
The
voting
big
on a
charter change, yes.
Yeah.
But there was some discussion that some smaller changes could be made in a faster way, and I don't want to try to speak to that.
Okay.
But there is a process to bring some of the things only to town meeting, not to the
Okay.
legislature.
Okay.
Usually, when it's elected positions, we know it has to go to the state. When it's appointments, it's a gray area.
Okay.
So we'll need town council to opine. And that was the topic, again, in the meeting that didn't hold.
Okay. Because they're usually for the full charter rewrite, that goes out to the whole community, and
Right.
and you vote on it. We
It's
vote
a-
on it.
that's correct. It's a
at a
local
town
vote.
election. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a special act. The legislature and governor have to approve it.
Mhm.
It's a vote of the voters, and that will happen within the next 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
If we can do this change sooner and faster, we will.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks.
Capital, the most important thing I really mentioned is forthcoming. We have a well-developed capital plan. FinCom was generous to add some more free cash, so we were able to get some work done, or will get done. I outlined the high school project and the Parker route, if you're interested. Land use in terms of this year, we did what we could. It didn't work out as well at Camp Curtis, unfortunately. Simon's Way is ready to have some group look at it for land use. The wetlands have been delineated. We can go to divide the parcels into 2 parcels legally at any time. It's a simple process. The real question is, under what format does the board want to attack the use of the property? And we just figured that, again, would roll into one of the capital discussions starting on August 31st for one-time money. Mark kind of led a meeting that was joint with the school committee, and the library was invited. And, honestly, a lot of the discussion had nothing to do with land. So, but there seems to be an appetite to discuss it. And now that there's a new superintendent, I think it's appropriate that the schools can join in a little clearer on Killam and elementary school space broadly. So that's last year, if the board or the public have any more questions. I'll just finish by thanking Chris for his kind words that he didn't tell me in advance. I agree with them. The town staff has been amazing. The fact that we could accomplish any goal during a pandemic was remarkable. And I'm not satisfied that we did everything perfectly, but I'm extremely grateful that we did so much. And I know the residents, there's no better thanks than when residents just see you walking your dog and just say thanks and nothing else. So I really appreciate that. If the board wants, we can go into draft FY22 goals, or I don't know if you want to take a small break.
I think taking a break would be a great idea for the board.
I think it's a great idea.
Interested.
I concur.
You concur. Okay. So we're just going to take a break. I don't need to. This is how we did it on Zoom. We just say we'll be back at 9:20.
Okay.
Thank you. Great.
You definitely should use the gavel.
Okay, it's 9:28. I want to get to bed before midnight. Caitlin. She just
Caitlin's there.
Okay, thank you. Reconvening the select board. It's still July 20th, 2021. Okay, so we need to commence with the fiscal year 22 discussion. Per Caitlin's minutes, we managed to get through the first 4 items. So let me just see where that is supposed to be.
Page 180.
180, thank you. Okay, so I guess we are at economic development, on economic development outside the downtown area, number 5.
Yeah, I'm happy to go through these quickly. The board at the last meeting, a couple of meetings ago, did most of the discussion. I do want to point out, though, that these are not meant to be comprehensive goals the way your last format was. These are ideas, and once you decide on what ideas you do and don't like, we can then present to you some bullet points with action items, just to be clear. You know, the question is, does the town staff in the next fiscal year work on economic development other than the downtown? The downtown's very busy. As you can see, there's a lot of things going on committee-wise and otherwise, and the question is, what do we do effort-wise outside that area? You know, now that we have a decision, at least a short-term decision on Camp Curtis, we're going to have to address the DPW yard, and that's not something that Jane and I have even sat down and talked about yet. There had been previous discussions and designs on that location. I tell you, I just have a hard time imagining the community or us to be able to afford a new DPW yard in that location. It's, you know, it's north of 20 million, certainly. Some communities have done it. I just don't see that being a high priority here. But I can meet with Jane and staff there and try to work on improvements. They did a lot of improvements in the last few years, pre-pandemic, for residents to safely come in and do recycling and other things. We're just going to have to continue that discussion. And slightly related, and I do mean slightly, is that issue I told you about right of first refusal down by the compost center / Meadowbrook. I don't believe that's satisfactory for a DPW yard. It's not in the center of town. It's not convenient. You know, but we'll have the discussion, and along with Bill Brown, who's home sleeping now, about a cemetery garage. You know, now are we going to have to now discuss being in more than one location? So, you know, we'll do that. But I'd like some guidance from the board about, you know, how thin to spread the staff and what to do, because there is grant funding available for doing economic development in the Walker's Brook area. I mentioned during the last review of goals about sort of a look at zoning. The instructional motion specifically was on setbacks, as I recall, in the downtown area. You know, and optically, I like green space. I even like to mow it, so I'm happy with that personally. I think it's just another community discussion. We are at 10% affordable. We're over that now. Once the census is finished and certified, we'll be close. We believe we'll be just under, but we don't really know for sure. That honestly, the math changes all the time, and I'm good at math. CPDC does already have a few issues queued up. They are not prepared to bring them in November town meeting. Traditionally, we like to do it at November town meeting because there's a budget and some other annual things to do in April. So my understanding is they're targeting a year from this coming November for some zoning changes, so they have the time they need. And that's an example of something that really does need the public process in person. Zoning is very personal.
Are you looking for comments now or no?
Sure.
Thank you. So I think that the issue on 10% is really an important one. We probably should do some kind of an update to the affordable housing plan anyway, because even if we're close or under or whatever,
yeah.
There's that very trivial amount of money that's sitting in the budget that
in the trust fund.
In the trust fund, that we at least should think of something good to do with it that could be helpful, because I think sitting there is not doing anybody any good, and the last use wasn't necessarily the best one for it. So I'm wondering if we could just think of that as part of this discussion also, just in,
Yeah,
because it's
and I-
going to come down, and, you know, we're either going to be plus or minus, right? And
Right.
probably minus.
Yeah, and respectfully to a prior select board, staff brought it to them many years ago. We need to check how we do affordable housing. We're probably the only town left that does it the way we do it. It's not efficient. It's a joint meeting between you and the housing authority that otherwise you'd never talk to. And the proposal that staff had brought, again, many years ago, was to do it the way the state now allows, because we did it before the state had guidelines, and just have an independent board appointed for that purpose. And the board would have some appointment powers onto that board. So we can revisit that just so the current members can all see what it is. It's just a more efficient way to do it. Although Anna's right in terms of the Big C charter changes are years away, I did participate from halfway to the end of staff support of the last charter review. And with all due respect, the moderator asked at a town meeting who's interested, and he took everyone that volunteered, so no complaints there. There needed to be more community outreach beyond those that were interested from town meeting. We had public meetings, we posted them, we advertised them. I think we got a visitor once, and you can probably guess who it was who just went home to bed. The charter is a pretty important document for the town. The last charter review was much more a modernization from the first charter and just cleaning up old, outdated language for things that didn't exist, but not really making any sort of value statement in the community, or at least not very many. And, it sounds to me like the community wants to have that discussion about, what does the community value and what do we put in this document? Some of it doesn't belong in a charter. So I don't think we're ready to do that in the fall, but if the board wants to think about, how can we engage the community into what the charter is, what it isn't, and, changes the community would like to see. And I know there's a lot of disagreement in the community, and I've got a lot of hate for this, but the last charter change, I proposed having a non-resident, at least one on every board, and I was unanimously voted down. And, it's become a different issue now, but there's just lots of reasons you should want diversity of viewpoint from your current residents, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. And I do understand I'm 90-10 against, but I still thought the discussion was important. Last year, we asked the board about building security governance, and the board asked to wait. I'm going to ask you again. We have a new superintendent again. The school committee has very good policy in this area. We do not. The trustees are thinking about policy, and the most obvious one is, we have a lot of cameras. They're taking a lot of video. Who gets to see them? How long do we retain them? The schools and the police have had a very thorough discussion about that. The students have extraordinary protection. We can't afford to keep video forever, so there's a disposal schedule, I guess I'll say. Video is very much, I'll call it a reactive tool. It's very rarely going to be a proactive tool unless you happen to see something happening when it's happening. So it's an important area for policy, I think. There's been some real tragedies, and after the physical horrible tragedy, then is the legal tragedy with poor policies. So we just want to be prepared. Otherwise, the building security project has just gone great.
Bob, on the, sorry, Karen.
Yeah.
On the camera policy, is there, you may not know the answer to this, and this is probably more of a question for town council, but does the Massachusetts Public Records law provide an exception for security footage, or is it considered a public record? And so then do all of the use and retention public records rules apply?
There's definitely an exception, and there is definitely protection. My guess is that the footage is the same as a public document in terms of how it would qualify, but that is something I would want to ask more. I've not talked to everybody about this area much at all.
Yeah, okay. That was just something that.
Yep. Yeah, again, the schools are way ahead of us.
Yeah.
Because they had to be.
Yeah.
Sure.
I guess I already really discussed the difficulty of hiring and to some degree retaining employees, so I'll just leave that alone. Karen had asked me a question, and I forgot about bullet point F. Different departments go through different cycles, and you can predict it in some degrees by, predicted retirements. There's mandatory retirements for public safety. So this was put in specifically to look at one department, but we should really always look at all departments. I asked for, one of the first things I did as town manager is ask town meeting and the select board to support assistant department heads, many of which did not exist previously, and that's a tremendous step. You cannot even imagine how difficult it is for a department head never to be able to go away when they don't have a number 2 person. It's just very difficult. The police chief sitting in the back will know that as well as anyone. His life has been saved by the person sitting next to him. And he can now actually unplug his phone at 3 a.m. sometimes. So that's what that was meant for, Karen, is sort of department by department. Infrastructure, again, that's somewhat guided by the one-time federal funding and the discussion of capital. The town, again, will come up with a pretty robust capital plan. You can see the town forest thing that Mark discussed. I believe this would probably cover it. I've already spoken through staff that it's a simple budget request, doesn't need any special article at town meeting. They just need to be able to make a presentation either to you, FinCom, and whoever else would vote on it. Water and sewer is always a challenge. A few years back, staff got estimates on replacing, I think it was 12 sewer stations, which is something that communities generally don't do until they have to, which is not a good time to do it. And the costs, since they got the estimates, I think have tripled. It's just phenomenal. The order of magnitudes that I never would have guessed. It is very, very expensive to run a good water and sewer system. So, the board can have discussions. I'm happy to join you in terms of rate relief. Winchester moved some of the debt onto the tax rolls, so at least it was then deductible for personal income taxes once upon a time, and they estimated their residents saved about $1 million a year in income taxes. So, the tax code has changed. That way doesn't work quite so well anymore, but maybe we just can think more creatively and look for more grants. It's not an area we see grant opportunities like we do in other areas, but certainly federal funds would be available. So, to the extent that a town meeting is going to be asked for more money for the water tank, I see no reason at all to offer, we have plenty of reserves, but offer some of that federal money to help the project if it's eligible. The board has talked to, different members have talked to Matt and Jane about information and especially the website. The real problem with our website is there's too much there, because I've looked and it's just daunting. The optics of the website are unappealing because it's not a social media website or social media product that has current news only. It has whatever we last put up there. And you can see, if you look now, there's, I think, one update since the rise of the Moores incident, and some of that's still on the front page. And that's a product design. We have committed to upgrade that. We've set aside the funding, and that'll be one of the features that's improved. But everyone needs to understand the town's website is not Facebook. It's meant to be a place where people go look for information. And we need to do a better job helping them find it.
Can I just clarify? So I heard you say at some point we're getting a new website and this is a refresh. So are we at this point looking at new technology implementation, or just going through from a stylistic and updating it and trying to make it more user-friendly? Same technology?
It's both. It's the same vendor, and it's a different offering, I guess I'll say. But, and I didn't sit down on it, Kevin did, and others. It addressed many of the questions, the style questions that Mark especially has raised in terms of how it feels when you land there. And, I get that. If you look at other communities, though, you'll see that, first of all, they all have less information. Whether that's better or worse, I don't know. None of them have current information all the time. That's what their Facebook page, their Twitter account is for. And even then, if you don't have news, you don't have news. And that's just going to have to be understood.
No news is good news.
Well, yeah, usually.
There may be
We
a
can do a
way-
better job letting residents know what's on the website, how to find things. I don't like the search function in the current version. The next one will be greatly improved.
Okay.
The search function now can find documents that aren't published anymore or public. And, hopefully some of that will change.
There may be sort of a way to combine the social media, newest, freshest news with the website. I know I've seen websites where they have
Yeah.
kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
a
Feed in the corner.
the feed in the corner of
Yep.
their own post, yeah.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. Yeah, I've seen those too. And the other thing we have to discuss as an organization, and the pandemic kind of brought this forward, is none of us were hired to do communications. There isn't such a position in the town. Jane Wellman has kind of inherited that, along with many other tasks. I would prefer to have an organization that has many points of contact that can do communication, so that DPW helps itself and knows what it's talking about and updates things. And the new technology would be a little easier to use. I find the current technology to be very difficult to use. The version before it was easy to use. This has become hard. We're going back to easy to use. Yeah, we'll see. And the last topic, that'll come up probably a little more in the fall, other than one-time money, is what's our financial situation? I think this is a really important thing to do right now. There's many things post-pandemic behaviorally that we can't know yet. What are the seniors going to want? What are the kids going to want? But we can absolutely assess our financial condition, so we're in a good position to then offer solutions when we understand kind of the challenges post-pandemic. A small group can do that. The new superintendent was certainly important in that. And we'll just have to, put it together. And, in the back of a lot of people's minds is, based on the last time an override was passed, we should have had one or had the discussion already. I'm not saying we need it, but I'm just saying that, the select board, or the elected boards and FinCom need to discuss the overview again. There are communities that have acknowledged the fact they need an override, and there's just no way they're doing it during or after a pandemic. And I would believe that's probably appropriate. But I think it would be, for the good of the whole community, to explain what's our financial situation. Again, we have thousands of new residents. Many of them are, going to send kids to the school system or are starting to do it. Years ago, many years ago, the schools explored full all-day kindergarten for free. At the time, we were thought to be able to offset most of that cost with state aid. We've subsequently learned we're not eligible for any state aid. So that's another $1.5 million annual cost right there, roughly. These are the kinds of discussions that need to happen. And new parents, or new people into town need to become more familiar with Reading. Certainly since I've lived here, this has become a much wealthier community by any measure you look at than it was when I moved in. That doesn't mean residents are willing to part with their money as readily, but it is a very different community, and it's become almost bifurcated. There's long-term residents that we all know that have been here many years, and then there's, and they bought their houses for $30,000 or maybe $100,000, and then there's people moving in that have paid multiples of that. And, it's not a value judgment. I'm just saying that the two types of people, if it's that simple, can afford many different things. Some can't afford, some can. So that's a struggle that a lot of our peers are starting to have. Melrose was starting to have it before the pandemic. And it's a real divisive thing. You really have to be in tune with your residents in all aspects. And that'll be part of the public outreach once we sort of understand the foundation, is what do we then do. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, and I welcome any feedback from the board. I did get some from the last meeting, which I appreciate. And there is no urgency for you to approve the goals. Certainly I don't expect it tonight. They have to be goals that are well thought out, well discussed. As soon as you're willing to give me some guidance, I can meet with staff and flesh them out more. I know one member has expressed that actually 2 members have expressed there's far too many goals. I wouldn't worry so much about the number and just think about the work involved. If something is not critical for the next year, you should skip it. It's really that simple. if we go into another round of the pandemic in some way, shape, or form, which it looks like is going to be a topic in some way, we're going to, get sidetracked again as staff. So that's it. Again, department heads and others are here for any discussion that the board wants to have.
So question. Go ahead, you go first.
No, please.
Okay, thanks. Question. How, is space constraints, office space, still, I don't see it anywhere on this list. Is that a discussion to have?
I guess land use may be slash, it's like what space do you need to all town, school, libraries, okay?
So
If that's what you mean?
So we talked about 59 Middlesex, and I thought we had conversations about certain
Mhm.
departments needing more space. So again, attending the
Yeah.
RMLD meeting last night there.
Yeah.
That could be something we could talk to them about. How,
Mhm.
is there space over in that, it's already office space. So,
Yeah, RMLD has said that they would be, the general manager said she'd prefer to move to a real office building and not a building that was built with 4 dentists that didn't like each other. If you
Is
look
that
at their
what it
layout,
was?
that's what it looks like.
oh,
It's not a good place for one organization. So if we were going to have the area redeveloped as part of economic development,
Mhm.
she had expressed that very open-minded to whatever might be built, we're happy to move into, as an example.
okay, so this gets back to Mark's meeting suggestion.
Yeah, and thinking of how do we kind of engage in the discussion together?
So is that on here?
Well, through land use. I mean, you gotta, you have opportunities with land.
Okay.
And then the question is what, and that's what Mark tried to get at that night, is what space needs do different
Mhm.
departments have? And,
Speaking of
obviously
dentists.
Killam and / elementary school space is one area for the schools.
Yeah.
We started that conversation with the school committee and FinCom, so we need to
Yep.
follow up. We already had a meeting,
Yep. Yep.
and we need to continue that,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
And Karen, I thought you might be asking the question in the other direction also, which is in the near term, might there be some extra space that different departments could use? And I don't know what RMLD's situation is or not, or anywhere else, but if there were opportunities, that'd be cool. Just to kind of take existing space and better utilize it, short term.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what's possible or not, but.
Yeah, our department heads haven't really discussed this. There's a couple of new buildings, police, fire, and library are relatively new. I'd see town hall as the issue, but to the extent we can possibly move health into, another place.
I guess I'd also heard about Pleasant Street Center, that the second floor offices are very cramped.
Yeah, it's not a good senior center.
And they're on the second floor.
Yeah, and there's no bathrooms on the first floor. Jean would have said it, so I had to say it.
Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks that we did do a needs assessment for the Pleasant Street Center, so there's a lot of good information in there. It's like 5 years old now, but we brought in UMass and the gerontology department, did a full study of the Pleasant Street Center. And we are going to be going forward, looking at a feasibility study of sorts. So that is on our
Okay. Yeah, because that was fun. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just think that makes me think of, under the financial sustainability and land use and capital planning and assessing needs for next operational override, I feel like we should probably be a little more explicit here, under capital planning, maybe include some language assessing needs for next debt exclusion. I think it's probably worth getting that, on the radar screen of residents and staff to think about how that interacts with the need for the next future operational override with respect to timing and need.
And it's interesting in bringing that up because Reading is very different. We tend to ask for overrides when it's essential and not anything else, other than a really big building like this one. Most other towns ask much more often for smaller issues. So they would never ever consider a $1 million fire engine under the operating budget. That's just not done. We ask the voters. And, you know, Peter taught me long ago, if you ask the voters, you have to honor their answer. And if you
Right.
need a new fire engine, you've got to think about what I just said. That's a philosophical question, but we could certainly delay the need for operational override by asking for more debt exclusions on smaller things, or capital exclusions. You know, and that's a philosophical question. I would not ask the voters and then do it anyways, but if the community had a full discussion, then maybe that would be an option.
Sorry, when you said ask the voters and then do it, I mean.
Ask the voters for, you know, we need $1 million for a fire engine,
Right.
could you give us a capital exclusion?
Right.
The voters say no.
Oh, yeah, right.
And we say,
right,
well,
right,
too
right.
bad, we have to buy it.
Right, yeah.
So if it's
Yeah.
optional things or nice to haves, I'd have no
Mhm,
problem, the rest would need some discussion.
Right. But I'm thinking more for facilities.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
you know, went to Jean's point about just thinking the senior center school, you know, I'm really thinking senior center in schools. Maybe I should be more explicit in what I'm thinking
Okay,
about.
no,
So
I understand.
That's what I'm thinking about,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mark?
Thanks, Karen. One of the things that I'd like to get onto here more explicitly is kind of, I'll call it walkable and rideable Reading. And so, for example, Birch Meadow next phase, or first phase, where do we want to put that? It's kind of infrastructure, it's kind of capital, it's kind of
Exactly.
a bunch of things. But I think it needs to be here.
It's probably infrastructure.
Yeah, maybe that's the right, because it's not downtown. Maybe that's where it should go. But I think that's something that we should really be talking about, because it touches so many of these pieces here. If we have some nice walkable paths, it helps. Oh, actually, you've got something on park and post-pandemic park, something or other? Where did I see that? Oh, under infrastructure, assessment of post-pandemic parks and fields.
Yeah.
But I think that's something that should be on the map for discussion.
Yeah.
It seems to have a lot of support, and you know, again, we've seen phases, many opportunities, but kind of, okay, what's first?
Yeah.
What can we do? And I think
Yeah,
it'll impact
that
everybody.
is certainly a subset of A, or it could stand alone, certainly.
And so I was just thinking the financial forum, I mean, if the federal money needs to be spent on one-time items, but we're talking about a 50-year water tower, and what, 20-year bonds max? Or can they go
Probably
longer?
30, but
Oh, so we could, I mean, maybe it's just worth it on something like the water tower to just finance it long-term and look at other projects for debt funding. But anyway, we could discuss that at the financial forum.
Karen, could I ask one other question?
Sure.
Back to the water and sewer. So I think there's a discussion to be had about, you talked about kind of rate relief on one side. The other side is the cost to do repairs is going up a lot. So what we thought was a lot of money is not as much. And, you know, the system is aged. And it's not an issue of, gee, we can just wait another 20 years in most cases. It's going to need it. And so how do we do that? And I wonder how much of the one-time funding could be used for that as an example.
you know, Jane and I have discussed, and others have discussed, the smart meters for water meters. And, you know, it's a few years out in the capital plan. It's only getting more expensive. And we've discussed kind of pricing out going through a vendor as we normally would versus hiring more staff and doing it ourselves. We still have to buy the meters, but maybe we could do it ourselves. So, you know, that's part of the thinking and part of the discussion. I don't know how much detail will happen in August, but, you know, I agree with you. It's one of those difficult choices where on the one hand you want to not have to pay, on the other hand you don't want to defer your maintenance. And if smart meters have some sort of payback for residents that have leaks, you know, there's some sort of economic benefit to it, not just a cost. And, you know, in addition to the resident benefit, there's benefit for us not to use more water, not just from a cost standpoint. So we're trying to be a little more creative and understand there is kind of a one-time opportunity to do some things. If we hire staff, that's obviously a different format. We have to talk to Sharon, and she'd have to allow us to somehow supplement annual budgets for 3 or 4 years, but we'd figure that But staff has, at least preliminarily, tried to discuss kind of creative ways to attack some of the fundamental issues.
Excuse me, Karen?
Mm-hmm.
Question for Bob. Bob, on the substations, they obviously have a lifespan, and we've done some. And I know you mentioned last year that, you know, because of COVID, we were kind of, there wasn't a sense of urgency. Are there any substations that need to be done with unequivocally in the next year or 2 years?
I think, and Jane can update me, the last I heard, everything that was urgent has been taken care of. Doesn't mean it's finished, but the funding has been set up, the projects have been planned. So even though there's other sewer projects, I'm just gonna guess the next one has gotta be scheduled at least 3 to 5 years from now, and that's okay.
And how many have we done, Jane? How many do we need to do?
13, we've done full service for, yeah.
For the complete?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, the one-time money, like Karen said and Mark said, was,
Yeah.
you know, when we find out.
Yeah.
So, what's the next step for moving forward on these goals? I've been led to believe that this might be an opportunity for a board retreat to refine goals. That could be a forum to do that.
I certainly never led you there.
Yeah. Well, so, yeah, so we've seen this a couple times. I'm just wondering what's the next step?
Well, it's up to the board to decide. I guess the simplest thing is first look at goals and discard what you don't think is important. And, you know, again, not a tonight thing, but, you know, it can be on another agenda. If you want to actually have a retreat, you need to be much more specific in your discussion and not be at the level you're at right now, I think, because I've been to those retreats in the past. You know, I'm willing to and happy to take any feedback the board has. If the board wants to set itself a deadline for further comments, that's fine. Then the department heads and I would sit down and elaborate on these into a multi-page document with more bullet points and details, and that's going to take some time.
No, I know, and you asked by July 9th you wanted comments, and you got some comments. I don't know if you got comments
yep.
from everybody, so,
Yep.
like, do I need to do anything else at this point?
I don't think so. I mean, again, it's up to the board to say these two are really important, put them up front. These, whatever, are not important at all. Don't even bother or get to them if you can.
So I think
Whatever
I
format
don't know
you
about
want.
the other board members, I need a little more clarity on some of these things. Some of my comments I needed it to be fleshed out, so I don't know if it's a chicken and the egg type of thing.
Kind of is.
Okay.
As Mark noted tonight, there's certain things that you want done that could fit in 4 places, so it's not an easy discussion. But, you know, it is an easy discussion in the sense that you look at some area and say, you know what? Public information access, don't do that at all. Now, we're going to do it because we've already signed up for the website, but I'm just giving you an example. And the board did that a year ago. Picked a few things and said, don't even do that. You know, pandemic, don't worry about it. Oops.
Yeah.
And if you want to leave the list alone and let us flesh it out, that's fine. And you can, you know, you vote on the town manager's goals whenever you're comfortable. The further deep you go into the fiscal year, in addition to less time we have, we just get into conflicts with budget process and town meeting and other things.
It doesn't seem like a good idea to let this go on for too long.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you're comfortable with it, we're happy to hear about it. You know, if you could do it in September, that would be perfectly fine, better than, you know, 1 year it was done in February, and just think about that. You know, anything short of that would be helpful for staff.
Yep.
2 questions. So one, just from a process, Bob, would it make sense, do you want to kind of update some of these based on the feedback that you've received, some of which is attached here kind of behind it? Would that?
I can, but they were individual member comments and not board comments, so that's why I wanted to
Got it.
reflect them as individuals.
So I think we probably need to figure out how to
Yeah.
get it to stick together a bit, right?
You know, if you want me to come up with, like, when we have the budget discussion in December and January, we come up with a list and ask you to prioritize and vote. We could do something like that with these. And it doesn't have to take a lot of agenda time. It can just be an offline discussion on an agenda as needed. and we'll try to come up with some way for you to prioritize what you see in a logical way. It's going to take some thinking, but, you know, the way you do the budget feedback is very precise. It's like, here's 7 things or 12 things, what's important? And the board says, well, you know what, we're each going to vote, and it turns out we agree on these 3. So that's one approach I can think, because you can discuss it to death.
Yep, yeah. I mean, I, for one, would be comfortable prioritizing these already. Not necessarily the detail of it, but kind of where it fits.
Sure.
And I don't know if that's helpful, if each of us did that, came back.
Thanks, Karen. Is it possible that we do it the same way for the committees and all that, how we rank them, 1, 2, 3, 4? Like how we, like the exact same format where I fill it all out, everybody fills it all out, we all meet in a meeting and then we're done, so? Like, is that something that
Could work.
makes sense?
Yeah. I wonder if we want to go beyond 1, 2, 3, though. I think it might be worth going all the way
1, 2,
down.
3, no, I mean like putting 1s and 2s next to.
Got
That's what I mean, the same format that we use for
I
our
see what you mean.
committees.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
and then maybe, who knows, we all meet on the same one and that's that.
Excuse me, Bob, are you saying that a retreat with Jane, that you didn't attend the last retreat, did you? With Jane? Were you
I-
there?
I think you
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Like, I'm not for getting
Bob
ice
was
cream
there.
again. I'd like to have a retreat and get ice cream again. That one.
Yeah, you want ice cream? Okay, we can do
Yeah.
ice cream.
The last
So,
retreat I remember
Yeah.
was on Haven Street, was at the Masons.
That was,
That's
too
that was
bad.
a
that was
This
a
was
long
2
time
ago?
ago. We
boards
did a
ago.
Zoom
Oh, you had
retreat.
one
It
last
was pretty
summer, but-
lame, except for the ice
That
cream.
was with the ice cream. We all
That was
remember it by ice
delivered.
cream.
Well, that sort
Delivered to our
of
house.
turned into not a meeting.
right.
So I was speaking with MMA, there is they have a couple of names of people that if we want to do something, a different approach, that we could bring in to facilitate a retreat, but that was the topic that they came up, that's a good way to, that's a great mechanism for flushing out goals. If you want to do it real time versus like going off on our own and ranking stuff and coming back, and then I think that's what we did last time, and now you're like, oh, I have a collection of individual inputs. Now, what do we do with these? How do we prioritize these?
I like the ranking idea, especially because if that can help us get
Yeah.
the goals
Focus.
approved soon, so that we're not, I certainly don't want to be, in 2022 without goals approved. So I think that could get us closer to getting these done.
Should we make that a goal for like the next month or less? I mean, what's doable for all of us?
Oh, yeah, I think we could all rank them,
Yeah,
certainly, yeah,
right.
yeah.
So by our next meeting
So,
or
well,
late
actually,
August?
let me, sorry, I should have said this earlier. So we need to start the town manager's review process. So I want to let you know that is definitely going to suck up your time. Okay, Sean's already working on it for us. So that is coming, and that'll be like, Bob's,
What's the timeline for that?
we should have, yes, sorry.
I think the
failed in
goal
this area.
was, one of the September meetings, it's penciled in for the 14th to have the actual town manager evaluation. So if you back it up into that, you
Well,
get a sense.
It actually does, I'm just remembering from last year, I feel like we completed the.
So written comments are due by the 15th? I was gonna, and
It's-
last year we
it's-
missed it by like 7 days or 6 days.
I took notes from you, and I don't remember, but it was like mid-August-ish.
Yes, I just went over this. So Sean's working on a memo as well.
Yeah.
He will send us out a memo and put those dates in front of us. So we need to have the town manager's review done by the end of September. The written comments and feedback are due mid-August-ish, so we could put a date in the ground. But I just wanted to let you know, because that's significant. It's multiple pages you gotta go through 12 categories, and,
Yeah, maybe we could do the ranking soon, but, and I'm just refreshing my recollection now as we're talking. I do think that there's some logic to completing the town manager evaluation and then finalizing the goals for the next year, because kind of one informs the other.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, even the way we went through it tonight, going through like what you have done and then what you will do. So I think it sort of makes sense to get the evaluation done and then finalize the goals. But I think it's fine, I'm comfortable with ranking, because I think that gets us closer, so.
Yeah.
I'd be game for doing it by the next meeting.
The ranking, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
which may
Agreed.
turn out to be both of what we talked about, but yes.
So 1 through 12 at that level? Because I get hung up when I go down to the lower
Yeah.
numbers.
I think so.
Is that
Oh, I
still-
was thinking it was like 1 through, like everything gets assigned 1, 2, or 3, or 1, 2,
Yeah,
3, or
this-
4. Like, I think that's what Chris was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I was reading what you said to me.
Correct.
Mhm.
This
I'm
same.
good with that.
Sorry.
When you say everything, do you mean all the bullet points, for instance, Ann, or just the 12 big?
No, I was thinking the 12.
Okay. Whatever you want, but I just wanted to understand.
That was what I was
So rank each of the 12, 1, 2, or
envisioning.
3. That would be easier than trying to put them in order, 1 through 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's right.
Yeah, that's a simple enough thing. It might help show you some common ground one way or the other.
Okay, so our next meeting is?
August 10th.
August 10th.
Yes, okay. Okay, so that's fine, we could put in we have a deadline to submit them to Bob before our next meeting individually? Just
Yeah,
rank and submit
I'll-
them?
I'll create a form that you can more easily
Okay,
use
thank you.
and then ask you,
All right.
please submit it by this date.
Okay.
Be good to be in your next packet.
I have a question, I have an idea for the chair to consider. We've got all the department heads in the room. I'd love to get
They look so happy.
feedback. Well, I'd love to kind of solicit some input from them in terms of, are there things we're missing? Are there things that you guys are seeing that we kind of don't have on this list that would be worth talking about?
I can ask them the same survey question. Be interesting.
And sort of similarly, Karen, I don't know if there's a way for us to solicit department heads' feedback as part of the town manager evaluation process.
Okay, so I did have a conversation with town council, and if
Okay.
we were going to change the process, unfortunately, our policies say that we needed to do it by 6:30.
Oh.
So one suggestion, in speaking with Bob, is to maybe bring that forward to January, to talk about
Okay.
how would we like the next year's process to be different, and not, it's not working April to June. It seems like there's too much going on, and maybe it's a pandemic, and maybe it's town meeting and elections and stuff, but,
Okay.
so yeah, so I think we are but we are supposed to also do a review of the process every couple of years, and we have failed as of maybe by a year or so,
Okay.
that would not be a bad idea for us to do, and maybe take it up at the beginning of the year, after we get through budgeting, maybe? I don't know.
Okay.
So, in which case, the process we had last year was, Sean from HR would prepare the form with all of the 21 goals in there, and we go through and actually, he's gonna send a memo outlining it. And actually, we're just gonna reuse the memo that you sent out last year. Here's the timeline, here's when we're looking to get them done, here's what you need to do, and it says in our policies that, even a newly elected member, you can endeavor to, and I didn't review all of the sections because I didn't feel like I knew enough, comfortable enough, but you can endeavor to review as many sections as you're comfortable. And it's okay to not do them all. It's a pretty intense process. Is that,
That covers the review side. Would love to hear if there are any comments that
okay, sorry.
department heads have. Questions,
Well, their
comments?
boss is right there, like, they've already given
Oh,
them input.
they have the guts,
They
I'm
have no
sure,
problem sharing their views.
Is there stuff that we haven't talked about that you think ought to be here? Or are there things on this list that you think are just kind of mega priority that we ought to be focusing on? Would love your feedback on it as well.
Your jobs are all safe.
Is Sharon freaking out over there because we're not gonna have enough money for next year? I mean, that would be, a red flag, but I don't see any. Okay, good, thanks. Okay.
I've had more discussions with different groups about what free cash really is suddenly again.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, it's free.
I'll speak for them since they won't speak for themselves, that all of them have the same challenge of hiring and retaining employees.
Yeah.
How that can't be the number one priority as an organization, I don't know. And, one-time money doesn't solve that. So the personnel policies are an important step, but virtually every one of the departments has had challenges in this area, and they're going to continue to see that. And some of them are professional challenges where we had a couple firefighters leave because they didn't want to be firefighters anymore. It had nothing to do with Reading. It had nothing to do with, the wages or the benefits. It's, I don't want to do this job anymore. And that's, police and fire are seeing that nationally. So, and honestly, I think, public employees is going to see the same thing post-pandemic. Is that really the job that people are going to want? I don't know. There's so much opportunity to work remotely instead of needing to come in and, in some cases, face a lot of danger. So that's, how important that is today, I don't know, but I know in the next 2-3 years, it's going to become vitally important as we need to replace people.
So, okay, that's good. So that informs, how important the HR projects that are planned are in terms of ranking. That's helpful. Okay, I agree. Okay, we're like 40 minutes behind, 35 minutes behind. Appreciate you all staying up this late with us. Are we ready to move on, you think?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
8 o'clock sharp. Sorry,
Make sure you
7
validate
o'clock
your
for
way
some.
out.
Okay.
Karen, if you want me to
Yep.
share the document,
Yes, please. And
Happy to do that.
I have some background to provide. Where did I put it? It's open here. Okay. Okay, next up. Talking about potential updates to the select board packet policy. So while he's doing that, I'll just give you some background. Okay, so this goes back to May, and at that time I did ask you all if you would be comfortable with me going out and doing some research and coming back with some proposals for improving the board packet. So the purpose of a select board packet to provide background and context for an agenda, typical contents, as we saw tonight, staff summaries, drawings, liquor license, Verizon license applications, official correspondence from town council, town accountant reports, any number of things, and that's consistent, and some of them are bigger than others, so some of our packets will always be large. The goal of the packet for any meeting is to facilitate the execution of effective and efficient town government. The business of town government is governed by the agenda. Select board agenda, select board chair is responsible per our policies and possibly the charter, but the select board chair is responsible for determining the agenda and running the meetings. So tonight, as we discuss these proposed updates, we can talk about the implications, ask any questions, and then traditionally we would talk about a policy, and then the next meeting we would vote on any changes. So the packet, and I did consult with town council on this to save us time. I read through all of our policies, tried to keep things simple and clear, and then kept the vice chair in the loop, and also then asked for town council so that somebody didn't have to come here tonight and said, do we check with town council? So she has seen it and helped prepare this document we have tonight. In fact, some of the language in there that might be causing some people heartburn is coming from a legal mind looking out for the best interests of the town and protecting us. Okay, so things that everybody should know. The select board packet and the contents are not governed by Robert's rules or open meeting law. There is no such thing as required select board packet contents. Nor is a packet required. We would be fine having meetings with no packet whatsoever. It's governed only by common practice or select board policy. As a matter of practice, when the chair of the select board meets with the town manager, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, because this is how it's working this year, the chair of the select board meets with the town manager to set the agenda. The town manager then assembles the packet from materials submitted by staff or submitted by applicants appearing before the board, and it's published. the select board chair might provide input on materials in terms of volume and content and level of detail, but effectively, the town manager's doing that for us. So the packet, I don't look at the packet, I don't approve 200 pages before it goes out, and Bob makes it magically happen, and thank you. All right, so sometime in the past 5 to 10 years. I did look back to 2016, so I think it was after 2016. A prior select board decided that effective and efficient town government would benefit from publishing letters and correspondence, if that's a better term, sent to the full select board. While that policy at that time may have served the prior boards, times have changed. In recent times, it has become a costly hindrance to effective town government and a substitute for letters to the editor or posts on social media. The select board receives, as you've seen, all manner of letters from stakeholders and residents, but also junk mail, offers for web design services, some rather personal attack emails, and now, unfortunately, recently, we've been receiving fake emails sent to the entire select board. As was recently demonstrated, the current policy provides no and I mean by this I mean select board policy, provides no flexibility to protect citizens and staff from the publication of fake emails. The only option was to enlist costly legal assistance from town council, and even this careful work ultimately led to several OML complaints being filed against the select board, requiring further legal services and many hours of board time, as you all know. Clearly, the packet policy was no longer supporting efficient and effective town business. In addition, all of the spam, website services, promotional materials, and the many general emails must be compiled and organized by staff and stored for eternity on our website and servers. A quick survey of area communities like Lexington, Winchester, and Lynnfield, as well as in consultation with town council, demonstrated that the limited policy for the select board packet required an update. In fact, she confirmed to us, and I believe it was in public session, that our packet policy is out of step with what most towns are doing.
Karen, quick question. I just heard you said prior to 2016, it was not in this format that we're currently doing?
I'm guesstimating. I went back to 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. I think it happens after 2016.
Okay.
That's what I meant by that. Thanks. Okay, so, all right. All right, so I mentioned, so in May 2021, I took a look. As is the norm, and I consulted with town council. So for example, she made a certain suggestions, such as the word solely, in talking about, who, she felt it was important to be very clear about who is responsible for the packet, so that in the event of another email attack, the chair and the town manager would be able to protect the town from liability and limit the need for legal services by being able to take some action, whereas our policy right now is unclear, and we were forced to call her in. So that's how we got here today. And by no means, I know we as a board have discussed more updates to our policies in the communication policy, but this would just the tiny slice that I asked for your permission. And in her review of the packet update language, Attorney Freed also identified 2 other policy sections that are tangentially related that were also outdated or unclear, and those 2 options are at the beginning of the document and presented tonight. And then as a final point, all letters sent to the select board group email are received and read not only by board members, but also by town manager. I'm not sure everybody is aware of that, so I felt it bared repeating.
Sorry, can you say that last?
All emails sent to select board group email are read and received by all select board members and also by town manager. There's a good audience for that. Let's see. They are public documents. They are always available for a public records request. There is no requirement under any law or regulation that all emails and documents be proactively published. For anyone wishing to reach out to not only to the select board and staff, but also the public at large with a comment or concern, it's a simple matter to send a letter to any number of local media and social media outlets. And this is also a common practice today. So what I see now, the world changed since, say, about 2016, and prior certainly to 2016, there was still a lot of old-fashioned communications, and what we see now is that it's very easy to get a letter published online, letter to the editor, send it to the Post in the morning, it's up by the afternoon. Social media provides the public many outlets, but I want to be very clear that nothing about these proposed updates, like, limits transparency of government, specifically, but looking at other packets in other towns. For a board to effectively do business, the packet needs to relate that the business that the board is working on. I did not consider the list of the emails that we currently have in our agenda. I mean, we could discuss it. But that's all I had to say on that. That's how we arrived at those updates. And again, in my book, simpler is easier and gives us flexibility to respond to the world changing, versus my initial thought was, I'll just come up with a bulleted list of the things that should go in the packet, but that list, that could be 30 or 50 items, and I will never get them all because the world is changing, so that just seemed like it was gonna be a maintenance nightmare, create more problems. So your feedback.
Do you want to go through this, Karen, like red line by red line, I guess?
Okay, which one are you looking at? So,
I think, Karen, actually, before you do that,
Yep.
I don't think that this document necessarily reflects the changes that were made from our existing policy, but maybe some back and forth that you had with Ivrea. So I'm thinking that like a red line of the policy, of the existing policy, might be helpful for purposes of the next meeting to see the changes that are made. Let's see.
But what I'm reading here isn't in our select board. We don't have a select board packet policy. Is it?
The policy said everything.
We do, yeah, we do. You're right. It's not called the packet policy. It's like the communications policy
It's
that
within
talks
communications.
Yeah,
about.
regarding the secretary respond, there's
But
that
it also
subsection.
says that all emails received for the board go into the packet.
No.
Agenda.
I get that, and the only red flag of this for me is burdening the town with more PRRs. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah,
Not the only thing. That's one of the main things that jumps out at me.
yeah,
They're already overburdened
yeah.
with a person I won't mention, among other things, that by doing this, we're just gonna create more of a burden. And I don't know if there's a way we just get rid of the spam, get rid, if it's not a legitimate email address, I shouldn't legitimate, if it's an email address from a resident, and if they don't state their name, I was just thinking this earlier, if they don't state their name, because email address could be different, right? Take their name and their address, and it doesn't get published. It's just an idea that I had. Obviously, we get a lot of spam. And I don't know how hard it is for Caitlin to pull that out. And I think,
You have to define it. I think that's the tricky part.
yeah, no, Karen, you made some good suggestions here, but I just don't like the PRR aspect of this. Because we're going from 0 to 60, 60 to 0. I don't know if there's a middle ground that we can agree on, that it's a transition, and we don't, I'm just talking out loud,
Right.
that it's not,
Yeah, I
no
don't-
correspondence in the packets whatsoever.
I was told, prior to this policy going in, that someone would just walk down to town hall and, the town clerk would have a binder of all the correspondence received, and it would just be in the binder, you could just look at it.
Not in electronic format, just would be.
I think back,
But-
before the policy was printed.
back, okay, back, sorry,
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
And how about 2021, 2022, electronic?
Yeah, it disappeared at some point. I wasn't involved in the decisions. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure.
But it used to be, someone said, town meeting member would go down to town hall, and there'd be the book, and she'd just flip through it and see what letters came in. I mean,
Right.
you know, the point of your, again, it's, so none of these other towns like publish correspondence, and we have no way to deal with bad correspondence. There's no flexibility in the policy.
Does bad include spam, or bad means like
Yeah,
disparaging any of
what if
us?
stuff that should have been, what if, imagine the worst thing, we've been talking about this a lot in town. What if you imagine the worst thing possible could get sent out, someone copies and pastes it and sends it to the select board? We're publishing it. We are publishing it, and that opens us up to liability, and it's awful, and it's not related to our agenda business. Yeah, Chris.
Thanks, Karen. I believe if something like that, if somebody sent in an email saying, I just saw Chris Haley burning down the school or something, like, I can understand that legal, like, I didn't burn down the school, but, like, I can understand that legal aspect where if somebody accuses somebody of a crime or something, that is precedent over somebody sending in, you know, photography services for their, you know, or a multitude of other movie review things and everything else that we get. So there's a clear delineation between actual spam, which is, you know, we're redesigning our website and half the words are all spelled incorrectly from the person that's sending it. There's a clear delineation between that and the usual one or two paragraphs from a resident with their address at the bottom that pretty much a majority of them just use. But I think that to just go ahead and remove everything out of here just because other towns are doing it just doesn't seem like the step in the right direction. I understand that we like to follow peer communities, but I believe that more information is better, and if we want to take a step back and start working on reducing it by getting rid of at least the spam that we know for a fact is spam, like that we get daily on personal emails, let alone select board. It just seems as if possibly just redacting stuff instead, but then that gets into,
That costs money.
that just starts
right.
getting into costing money instead. So I know that, yeah, to Carlos' point about overburdening the public records request, it's just gonna, it's only gonna go up. We're not gonna receive less public records requests because now we just eliminate the stuff in the packet. So it's gonna be easier for us because now I have 7 pages of a packet and it's great, fantastic, instead of 248.
And it won't be 7.
But still, like, just using that extreme comparison, because I know Verizon was like half of this, but just, I mean, to me, but I own an IT company, but there's a clear delineation between spam and actual stuff. So the difference between like the food pantry, they're associated with Reading, so even though they're advertising their services, that's still something local to here that, you know, is coming through us. But like I said, photography, movie reviews, I don't see how that's pertinent. And just to remove everything, it just doesn't seem the way to do it.
Mark?
I think it's worth taking this to a higher level first and kind of talking through what are the pros and cons of publishing.
You're so funny. It's like 10:30 at night. He's like, let's talk. All right. That's fine.
I'm just
teasing
winding
you.
up.
I'm just teasing you. I know. That's why I'm laughing.
It's on the agenda.
It's, yep, I know. It's 10:30.
Well, I mean, we don't have to resolve it, but I think, you know, one of the questions that we should talk about is, you know, what are the pros and cons of publishing things?
Yeah.
You know, if we need to see what it is, and why do we publish it? Kind of because we have for a period of time.
Right.
If that's the only reason, then I don't think that's not a really strong reason to continue to do it. So I think we want to look at, you know, what happens differently as a result of publishing in the packet. And I think it has changed a lot in the last several years in terms of kind of how it's being used.
I think it's changed since I brought forward just last year, less than a year
Right,
ago,
last
this
summer.
communications policy. And, you know, at that time, I don't know if it was this is what we've always been doing, but I think there's been a certain expectation from the public with respect to transparency of the emails that the board has received. I think since that time, the packet has become this vehicle for personal attacks, politicization of emails, you know, all kinds of shenanigans with fake emails, and then, you know, we all know, you know, a lot of the fallout that we've seen. So I do think that the world has changed somewhat in terms of what this board has, or excuse me, what this packet has been used to create a documentation of sort of some of the real unfortunate ugliness and toxicity we've seen in our community relations.
No, it's been weaponized, you're right. It's been weaponized.
That's exactly, yeah.
It's totally been weaponized.
That's exactly right, Carlos.
And, you know, if anyone should advocate for to get rid of all of it, it should be me the most. I've been accused of being behind Reading Public, whatever the stupid website is, and that gets in the packet.
Yeah.
Granted, it hasn't hurt me
like that.
financially, and no one's come after me, but.
I've received emails saying, you are the worst chair ever, get off,
so it's just-
right? Yeah, I know.
So those are categories, no question.
Right.
But that's why I think we need to look at kind of the pros and the cons. And I kind of want to go even a little bit further, because, you know, one of the things I said is, okay, so if people were hoping that that would lead to agenda items, which might be kind of what's going on. You know, I'm writing a letter, I expect you to address it.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know that we do a great job of that yet.
Yeah.
And I don't think it has to do with it being published or not. I think it's irrelevant to it being published. It's an issue of what do we do with it? And how do we decide what agenda items will be? How do people who want something to be addressed, how do they address the board? I think that that's kind of probably more importantly what it is. And whether or not you publish the letters, I think we should go through the pros and cons. I'm not sure I see a whole lot of pros to it, truthfully. But you know, I haven't investigated it more than just kind of reading this note so far. But I think the biggest things that struck me were kind of, you know, what's going on that people are hoping to accomplish, residents are hoping to accomplish, that is not weaponized, politicized, or other things. It's I'm going to call the word legitimate, but in the sense of it's an item they want the board to address somehow. How do we deal with those? How do we make those happen? I think if we did that, and we're still going to receive the emails, there's no
Right.
issue of that. It's
Yeah.
just an issue of whether or not it's going out in the packet.
do
But how do we
think
deal
that-
with those?
I mean, we've just barely, and I've started to try to have us discuss it a little bit, but and this does not have the full communications policy, correct,
No,
Karen?
no.
So I
It's
do
very
actually think it would
narrowly
be helpful to see the full communications policy and the track changes.
Okay.
But I think that Mark, you know, the tracking system that Bob has put forward in the last two packets, I think is
Much better.
that also actually, if we continue to utilize that also would provide some amount of transparency to the public, like, okay, here's the kind of email high level of what the board is receiving. And if we go over it, not, you know, the 6 months of emails, you know, which is a little bit much to go through in a meeting, but if we go, you know, since the last meeting, here's what's come in, you know, what is calling for a board response. I think that is useful, and maybe the communications policy needs tweaking in that section to specify what we do with the tracking system. Because when I had raised at the last meeting, well, does anyone object to my responding to Donna about the flag raising? You said, well, you know, I think we need to make sure we know what we're doing here, and I'd thought we'd actually codify that in the communications policy, that the tracking system is designed to help us figure out how we need to close the loop. And maybe it needs to be more explicit to provide us the mechanism to do that. But that is, I think, what it's designed for.
Yep. Can I give an end to that? I think that some of that was kind of designed so that we could hear what the town side has done to close the loop. It didn't necessarily address what the board has done to close the loop on some items.
Right, but I think it helps us, it provides, it could
Yeah.
and should, I
It's not a
think,
category.
provide an opportunity for us to see, okay, here's what the board has outstanding as well.
I think that's right. I think that would be maybe an improvement to that system.
I see the emails as like public comment, not the bad ones, the spam and all that stuff, but, and so it's hard, I guess it's hard for me or us to say, okay, I know, I totally get this. I'm on the same page with you guys for most of this, but I guess it's hard to say, okay, we get an email from a resident about a public safety concern. We all read it, we forward it, right? Or someone forwards it to public safety, DPW, there's that stuff. Then there's the, asking us questions, whether it's individually or as a board. Then there's different levels. Then there's the spam, then there's the attacks, then there's the, whatever else you want to throw in there. But I agree with Mark, but the downside is that we've been using it as a form of public comment because people don't like coming up to the podium. Now we have a podium. They can do it via Zoom as well, but it's kind of like,
They can still email us.
No, right, but as far
Yeah.
as publishing, though, I
Yeah.
just don't want to see us go from 0 to 60. That's all I'm saying. Can we do it, is there a way to do it gradually? Maybe not. That's all I'm proposing.
Can I, Bob, did you have a comment that we haven't covered?
Yeah, Mark and Ann have covered a lot of it, but from a staff perspective, what you actually see in your packet is not what you're discussing. There is no spam. Have another look. You get spam in emails, but it's not in the packet.
Oh, sorry.
At least on a best efforts
Sorry.
basis.
Yeah, you're right.
And then, one man's floor is another man's ceiling. Some spam is useful. If MMA sends something out, I might think it's spam, you might not.
Yeah.
So your packet tends to be a little bit generous. Then the tracking spreadsheet, I crack down more. So it's a more narrow look at what was in your packet. And I think, and this is, I hate leaving it open to judgment, but I think what's in the tracking spreadsheet is the real communication to the board, if you will. It's residents trying to reach out in some way, shape, or form. Now, some of them are just making a comment and maybe a negative comment, so it's not necessarily that there's any action to follow. But
Right.
I think Ann and Mark have highlighted the usefulness of this as people are trying to communicate with you in one of the avenues you've provided. And the board needs to just find a way to make that either a different way or the same way, but make it useful.
Yeah, I know, I agree. That part I agree on.
And if you wanted, for instance, Caitlin and I can work on, well, again, my view of the world is much narrower than even hers, and my tracking spreadsheet shows that. Those are the emails that could go in the packet. So, just think about these things, look at the different documents, go back and actually look at a couple packets and see what's in there, because it's not what you get. It's just what's published.
Correct.
So what is the point of publishing even emails that you're addressing? Some of the things we get, we could do some more education about see it, fix it, because they could maybe handle it through that, or maybe they should be, because that's a great tool. But, so, when someone wants something addressed, they're not looking at us to publish it. They just want the problem solved. So, again, we don't need to put it in a packet. We just need to solve the problem and follow up with them and make sure they know it's addressed or they're happy it's addressed.
I think that's right. I think that, do we treat emails differently because they're published? And
No.
My answer is no. Has no impact, right? I'm seeing it, I'm reading it, and, we're deciding how we as a board are going to address it. Interestingly, the secretary right now, so this says, acknowledge receipt solo. I think, and Carlo, correct me, I don't know how, I think you did it the same way too. There are some times when there's an answer that can be given to them. For example, you should, someone wrote something about rats. I zipped it to you. I zipped it probably to health or something too, instantly. Just make sure it happened. So not a comment about it, just saying here are the folks to be in touch with. Sometimes people said, is there a policy for ABC? And sometimes it'll be, yes, here it is. It's policy 2.1. So,
So that's the secretary, it looks like that is the secretary policy,
Right.
not the communications policy where it
oh,
says
that's a
that.
separate policy.
So
Oh, I thought this was all the
items-
communications
Yeah.
It's
policy.
the role of the secretary, right?
Oh, sorry, I thought this was
Sorry,
one
no, the
policy,
two-
different
And the
pieces.
two items, those are the ones
Sorry.
Andrea just said, look,
It's,
and
I was confused too.
and putting
Okay,
things in
sorry.
context, she said, if you're going to do this, may I make these minor suggestions that you
Okay.
do these two items? So those weren't, I didn't really spend a lot of time on those. Yes.
Thanks, Karen. For me, as much as I would like to alleviate the negative comments towards us, towards other people, et cetera, I'm more inclined to leave it, unfortunately, the way that it is, but more along the, like I said, I know you had mentioned transparency in your opening. It's the same thing. I think it's, the more information, the better. It's going to cut down on the public records request. But at the same time, you have the litigation aspect of it. So I know we fixed the loophole on the website that was used for 2 or 3 of the emails that came through. So that portion is fixed, but it doesn't prevent somebody from creating another email account now. But maybe they could use it for good and just randomly start impersonating people like, I love the DPW, this is fantastic news. But now what do we now, because the DPW is on the agenda, now we're including it, and the residents like, this ain't me. Now, how are we controlling that? I think more of, to condense it down where I would bend on this, and obviously I'm just one of 5 people making my own opinion, is maybe to itemize the emails with just the subject line or something, so we have the rats that Mark mentioned, and then, XYZ, so now we have 20 emails, all with whatever, with the person's name and address, and that's it. And then if people
Kind
want
of
to...
like Bob's tracking system.
Yes,
Yeah.
so if we just, this way, if we itemized it, we are not going from 060, 60, 0. At least there's still something. So at least it could say, the subject line, the chair is doing an amazing job.
I'm going to send one to myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to send one to all of you.
I'll reply
Like
all
this?
to it, too.
This is what we're talking about, the list of the correspondence?
No, his, well, yes, but he has that other sheet that shows that Mark replied to
In the
something
town
else.
manager
Or
report
something.
area.
Yeah.
But I do yes, how you're showing that now, which is the email from Joe Martell Foley, rat sighting, yes. So I understand that, just to see that or whatever and not expand upon it if it doesn't pertain to the agenda, I could see somewhat me bending on that as opposed to just keeping it the way that it is. Itemizing it like that, and then this way here, people are like, I'm going to public record request the select board for all of the emails that were sent for this packet, week, month, whatever it ends up being. And then it's why am I going to do that for the rat sighting and, the next board meeting or whatever? Just this way here, they're now I'm not going to do it because I already see this pointless stuff in here that I don't have to waste everybody's time. So perhaps that is the option to not go from 0 to 60.
I think sort of returning to the documents are available in town hall in a binder if you want them. So then we're not, publishing hateful or, we don't become a platform for anything anyone wants to say about anything or anyone.
Yes, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why if it's itemized like that, it's still, at least it's there, and people can still see that it says, everybody's doing a wonderful job. Or,
Oh,
you guys are
nice.
you guys are phenomenal.
Subject line? Yeah.
Something in this. And then with the person's maybe just street address and name, so now you're adding upon it a little beyond what he already has on there. I could see that as opposed to just going completely gonzo other than agenda stuff. Because somebody had mentioned previously that now it's posted 48 hours before the agenda. Now what am I going to have to rush in and try to send something? And not everybody has the luxury like I do of doing whatever I want whenever I feel like it. I can go down to town hall, look in binders, do whatever, but some people can't leave their house. If they're not here. We got Chronicle guy, and that's all that's here right now. So it's, I just think, I don't know, just going 0 to 60 and just being done as opposed to, I like it being itemized. If we can at least agree on that rather than all just omitting it all going forward. So, that's.
I totally understand where you're going, but you're also creating more work. Including an email in a packet is relatively low work. Creating explanations of the emails is work.
No, I'm not asking for the explanation, just
Well-
exactly how you have it on here. Correspondence, email from Joe Martell,
Okay.
rat sighting, page 194 is when it starts.
Yeah, and that's,
Just that with the street address and that, because now we know it's a resident, and it's not junk or whatever else, and that's it. So
Look at your-
you're already doing it.
look at your posted agenda online, and there's a list of every email
Yeah.
underneath it. That's a tremendous amount of labor that goes into doing that.
Oh.
Thank you.
It's,
Okay.
Oh, so,
Yep.
so what I'm saying right now that I like, you're saying that's a lot of work to actually do
well,
it.
no, I'm saying the list that Caitlin has to do is very labor intense and doesn't serve a lot of purpose other than you have it in your policy, and it's required to list the emails and then include the emails.
Mhm.
Far easier to go to the spreadsheet method. But again, my spreadsheet uses some judgment in terms of what is and what isn't, and that's something you ought to be aware of. And, you know, my spreadsheet, Caitlin and Jackie can certainly help, and they have. If that's something you're going to want every meeting, you got to say that. Right now, it's kind of on a best efforts basis, but when things get really busy, I might skip a meeting.
I think
And
we're
if you don't want me to, that's okay. You just got to let us know.
I think we're confusing things. It's what Karen has on the screen now, not your spreadsheet. So how,
What is it?
the actual, like,
It is the bottom of the
agenda.
agenda. It says correspondence. It
Okay.
just lists the
But you-
email and the
that-
name.
But I think you're asking to add to it, Chris, and that might be the burden.
Oh, okay,
That's the
well,
burden, and if you want to add more information, it's a burden, but if it's a solution, then we live with it.
perhaps /resident or like
But, you know,
something.
you get an email,
Mhm.
then you're asking us, all right, list that email in the packet, and then you're asking me, list it in the tracking spreadsheet. So I'm just mentioning that you're
Listing it
creating
multiple
work.
times.
Yeah.
Well, in the tracking sheet, so right now we're publishing that in the packet. Ideally, that would be a self-service, so somebody can go in to see it, click and fix it, whatever that's called. And then
Well-
if you hit it the right way, like you get the whole list, and you can see everything.
Yeah, but you're using technology in the way it's not designed. See-click fix is to fix problems, not policies. Here's a geography, here's a pothole, whatever. If you wanted to have every communication come through you, come through See-click fix to you,
No, that's not what I'm saying. No,
well,
no,
that's what
not
you
I'm
had said
saying.
previously, so I just wanted to make
No,
sure you
no, no.
understood.
No, this
And you
spread,
wanted
this
a
tracker,
report
the
to come
question
out of
is,
it?
the question is, we should be moving online, digital storage, and we generally do that, so, versus like printing out, set a binder, because that's how it used to be, and you could
So
request
you'd
that.
kind of like a system, let's just call it, where people could communicate with you and put a comment somewhere.
No, I'm just saying, like,
And
give
help
them
themselves.
easy access to something online, like if it's your spreadsheet, that, and it might be that too. So
guess
would,
I'm not
would,
really sure what you're
all right,
asking.
would you want the public to have access to this spreadsheet so they can see what the select board has been responding to? Is
It's
that
easy.
part of the solution?
Well, now they do.
They do.
Because it's in the packet.
It's in the packet.
Right, but again, yeah.
But
you
is
guys-
there something that's not on this spreadsheet that would kind of help? So this is the top of the
This
packet.
is gonna get
This is
massive.
page 7.
Right, is this really
Well,
a
I don't have to
long-term
publish
solution?
year to date.
I'm hoping that we can get to just like between,
Yeah,
in
and I
my
put- I
vision
put a line in and
for an
showed
amended
that.
policy, we get to a place where we can dispose of things that come in between meetings at the next meeting. So it doesn't become,
Yeah.
this goes back to
Yeah, and I-
December 2020.
And I put a line showing that, I just didn't want to jump to that without your okay. So, you know, the bottom of the list is since the last meeting. And there's another line showing since you changed secretaries.
But does the information that's here, so it's got the date, the person, the topic, and then it kind of talks about, you know, did the secretary respond? Is there a staff response required? Is there a date? Is there a follow-up? Is it closed? Does that contain the information that you're hoping for?
12.
Oh, really? Okay.
Because I would suggest that that would mean doing it once if it was only here. The packet would not have this listing that would say, you know, anything different. It would just have this. So it's one place to look. It captures information of the person and the topic, and to me, very importantly, kind of what's happening with it.
I can see what Mark's saying, like, it does alleviate us from going 0 to 60 and just being done with it. So having all of these dates with town meeting, Black Earth bin program, it's going to alleviate, like, I'm not going to public record request now because we have the Black Earth bin program and security or something like that. Like, I think it's helpful. It will reduce public record requests by having at least this information, but if we have nothing, I just think it massively increases them, and it just doesn't, for me, I'm fine with everything as long as it's not a legal matter or children, but, I mean, I would recant or fall back on at least having an itemized thing like Bob is doing right here. Because at least it contains some form of showing that the public is at least involved in XYZ or not.
Yeah, and this eliminates the weaponizing.
To a point.
Yeah, but I mean.
But it does minimize the impact and
right.
liability of the
know
town.
that they're not gonna, it's not gonna be proactively published, you know, they're,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, we still receive all the emails. That
Right.
doesn't
No,
change.
I
But often the sometimes the emails we receive, we are not the real audience for, right?
Right.
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
so that's, so
Right.
we continue to receive the emails
Yes.
for whom we,
Right.
we are the true audience.
Right,
Yeah.
but
Yes. Yes.
I'm all for not burdening staff any more than they're already burdened.
Yeah.
Whatever
Yeah.
accomplishes that, I will support,
Okay.
honestly.
Yeah.
I do not want to burden Laura, staff, Bob, Caitlin, Jackie, whoever's involved in this
Yeah, yeah.
any more than necessary. And this spreadsheet is a great addition, and obviously it's work, but it's documented, we have it. And if people start complaining about it, maybe you say, you reference this, I mean, it's, yeah.
So to get back to the agenda item though, so, I'm not disagreeing with this suggestion at all, it's just that does it need to be addressed in that document? Or should we just start doing it and see how it goes? And do we need to I think we still need to update our policy.
We have to update our policy
Yeah.
because our policy requires that all of the emails be
Yeah,
published
so we
unless they
still have
relate
to
to a
update our
minor child or
policy.
privileged communication or otherwise on the advice of counsel. So, I mean, our policy actually does require this kind of tracking spreadsheet. Although it doesn't necessarily require that it be published in the packet, it's required, I think what it requires is that updates be provided as part of the town manager report, but it's not explicitly required to be in the packet, but we could amend it to that extent. And then we could also provide some kind of language in terms of how it should also serve as a mechanism for the board deciding how it wants to respond to emails that have come in to close the loop from a board perspective. Because we see here on the spreadsheet how the town and staff have closed the loop if applicable, but not the board. So we can make that more explicit.
You're not talking about the initial response from the secretary, you're not talking
Right,
about.
that's not, yeah,
Right,
that's an acknowledgement, but
right,
that's not
right.
closing the loop.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree.
So I think that if we can, in a meeting, in our meetings, look at what's come in since our last meeting and decide what warrants a response, or what response. That could be good.
So do we still need that list of emails in the agenda? That,
I think your policy calls for it until you change it.
Till we change.
so I think that 1, 2, 3, correct. So I think that is actually what it's addressing. The 1, 2, 3 meeting agenda, crossing out number 4, contain public communication received since last board meeting, because it specifically says the agenda.
Right.
So if we get rid of that, then Caitlin doesn't have to type up all those emails anymore as part of our agenda, and that's not a common practice either, I'll just tell you. I think that's exactly what that is. I didn't make the connection before.
Right.
How about, do we have any, does the board have any concerns with 114, just crossing off that first section? Until a revised communication policy is enacted, the secretary will, just crossing that out, make it have capital R. Page 187. We have a communications policy, so she's like, why, if we had caught that, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So it's unnecessary
It
language.
may
Yeah,
actually
thank
make
you.
sense to not include that sentence or that section.
Okay.
And to the extent it's addressed in greater detail in the communications policy as to what the secretary's obligations are.
Yeah.
But I think it would be helpful to see the full communications policy and a red line of that.
Okay, I could do that after a good night's sleep.
Yes, I'm not asking you to do that right now.
It's only 11.
I know. Oh, by the way, our select board policy says we shall end at 11.
I think it says that we won't
No new
engage
topics.
in new topics.
New topics.
After 11.
Yeah.
Should we take up the
Sorry.
should we
Move to the minutes, we got 2
Move to
minutes.
minutes?
We got 2 minutes.
Okay, let's move to the minutes.
1 minute.
move to adopt the minutes?
I had one suggestion. We referred to somebody having a fake name in there. I felt a little harsh. Could we use the word pseudonym? I don't know if that was supposed to be a direct quote. I didn't.
What section are you talking about?
Carlo, I think it was.
Caitlin, join
My
us.
comment?
Yeah.
It wasn't worded, obviously those weren't my exact words, but
Okay, well, if they weren't, and we shouldn't be quoting whenever possible, but if they weren't your exact, then it might be nice to use synonym instead of fake.
just help me find the sentence, sorry. I
Yeah,
know what you're talking
sorry.
about. but I just- What?
191.
What page?
Thank you.
191.
I think you maybe said alias.
Or, yeah,
But I
something
don't-
like that.
I don't
Yeah, I
remember.
think that would sound better, to be respectful.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, do you want to use alias? Is Caitlin still with us? Hi, Caitlin. We're on page 191.
Got it. Change fake name to alias.
Thank you. Thank you. Great, that was the only comment I had. Everything else looked good.
I had a couple other comments, but sorry, I need to track back because I made my comments on the earlier packet before I had the second packet, so I'm on the wrong pages. Okay, here, I've got it now. So just a quick comment on FY '22 goals. So I'm on the second page of the draft here, under FY '22 goals.
Yep.
The only thing I would add here is that it was requested that the board send input.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was in there.
We have a broad overview. The board decided to move the rest until the next meeting.
Oh, I thought I read that in there somewhere.
I would just suggest adding it, because that's,
Yeah, I see the same thing that Mark just read, or Karen just read.
What,
You see where they are, Caitlin?
Yep.
it's fine with me.
okay, that's one. And then the other one was, as we just had this discussion of the alias, should that appointment be right under that, rather than Ray Porter?
We didn't
Well,
talk about,
you-
we never mentioned which person we were talking about.
Got it.
So I think it's,
So it's fine as is. Okay. Then the third comment is move to appoint Carolyn Whiting, move to appoint incumbent Carolyn Whiting. Is she an incumbent? Was she an incumbent?
No, I don't believe she is.
No, not for that
Track,
board.
right?
No.
Yeah,
Right, so she's not an incumbent.
Okay.
And was Carolyn Johnson? She was, I
no,
believe.
I don't
No.
think
No,
so.
I believe
No.
those
She
are
wasn't
both
either?
new appointments.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's take out incumbent on both of those, if
Oh,
those are
yes.
friendly
Okay.
amendments?
Yep, that's great.
Good catch.
Oh, did I
It's it,
have
yes.
them listed as incumbents?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was doing a lot of copy and pasting for those moves.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Those are the only ones I
missed that,
thought.
thanks. Okay, motion to accept the minutes as amended. the minutes of 6/29/2021 as amended. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, we got this. Excellent. Okay, is that everything? Are we okay with future agenda topics for now, or anybody have something burning?
So can I just ask a question? So the next meeting is
8:10.
8:10?
Yep.
And then the proposal is the 31st, could be a financial forum, and then we'd be back in September.
I think that's what Bob.
And if there's business you must attend to on the 31st, you can do that, just to be clear. You know, if something comes in and you don't have to schedule another meeting, you could just meet half an hour earlier, stay to the end of a financial forum.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
you're grouped, you
Good
can
point.
do other
Okay.
business. FinCom does that routinely.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, could I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Could I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 5-0, great, thank you. Wow.
Nice, Caitlin.
What a-